Good evening. Welcome to the Zoning Hearing Board of Falls Township. Today, Tuesday, April the 9th. Can we please all stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, everyone. I would like to start by doing some introductions of the board for you. To my left, I have Bob McKay. To his left, I have Nastasha Reisley. To my right, I have Keith Biblemeyer, who's our solicitor. To his right, I have, oh my God, I forgot your name, Aaron Mackey. I know. To his right, I have Karen Browndorf. And to her right, I have Chris Kilmer, who is actually our alternate. And I also have Bill Kernan on Zoom. From the Township, I have Diane Bray. I also have Matt Takita on Zoom. I have Ed Neubauer, who's from Zoning, on Zoom. And I'm Laney Strylick, and we are going to start. Our first petition of the evening is Andrew, and I'm going to butcher this name, Degaetano? Okay. 228 Guilford Road, Fairless Hills, Pennsylvania, 19030. TMP number 13-019-202, zoned NCR, requesting a dimensional variance from the side yard setback since the addition exceeds 50% of the existing footprint. Section 209-20 and Table 1. Please state your name and spell it for our court reporter, please.
First name Andrew, last name Degaetano, Degaetano.
Before you start,
I'll swear you in. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay.
Keith.
Yes, Madam Chair, if we can mark some documents for this. The application for zoning ordinance appeal will be ZHB 1, along with a letter, a hardship letter at the top stated Jeffrey Harris. 2 will be a plot plan. 3 will be proof that the property was posted. 4 will be neighbor and applicant notification letters sent to Falls Township dated March 25th. 5 will be proof of publication in the Bucks County Courier Times, showing this matter was published March 26th and again April 2nd. Those are all the board exhibits. I'm satisfied the appropriate notice have been satisfied. This matter can proceed.
Thank you, Keith. You can proceed. How can we help you?
We are in the process of trying to add a second floor addition on our home. And sorry for the formalness of this. I'm just applying for a variance so that we can add several additional bedrooms for the expansion of our family.
Okay. It seems pretty straightforward. Okay, do I have any board comment? Bob? No. Nastasha? No. Bill?
I have none.
Aaron?
Oh, none, okay. So just to be clear, you're building up, not out.
Correct.
So the dimensional variance exception is not
Expanding beyond the
expanding
actual
beyond
footprint of the
what
home.
already
Correct.
exists.
Correct.
Yeah, great. No question.
And I don't have any questions at this time. Is there anything from the township? Matt?
Nothing from the township.
Thank you. Do I have anything from the public? I don't see anybody. Do I have a motion to accept this petition?
I got it. I move that the application of Andrew Degaetano requesting a dimensional variance from the side yard setback since the addition exceeds 50% of the existing footprint pursuant to section 209-20 and table 1 of the Falls Township zoning ordinance be granted at the property located at 228 Guilford Road, Fairless Hills, PA, 19030, as depicted on the plans and in accordance with the testimony presented to the zoning hearing board.
Your petition has been granted. You'll receive something.
Poll.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Aaron, can you please pull the board?
I would love to pull the board. Bill,
Yes.
Nastasha,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
I'm a yes. Laney,
I'm a yes. You will receive something from the township. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next petition is Leah, I'm going to butcher this too, Neidlinger, 56 New School Lane, Levittown, Pennsylvania, 19054, TMP number 13-027-125, zoned NCR, requesting a dimensional variance to allow a 6-foot privacy fence along Noblewood Lane, section 209-37.C, parentheses 2. Can you please state your name and spell it for our court reporter?
Sure. My name is Leah Neidlinger, Leah, Leah, Neidlinger, Neidlinger.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Keith?
You can mark some exhibits for this. We'll mark the application for zoning ordinance appeal as ZHB1, along with the accompanying hardship letter. 2 will be a permit denial letter sent from Falls Township to the applicant. That letter was dated March 18, 2024. 3 will be a plot plan. 4 will be a letter from a Lower Bucks Joint Municipal Authority in regards to this application. 5 will be 2 pages containing color photographs submitted by the applicant. 6 will be proof that the property was posted. 7 will be notification from Falls Township to the applicant and also to the neighbors, providing notice of tonight's meeting. That letter is dated March 25th, 2024. 8 will be proof of publication in the Bucks County Courier-Times showing this matter was published March 26th and then again April 2nd. I'm satisfied the appropriate notice has been satisfied. This matter can proceed.
Thank you, Keith. You can proceed. How can we help you?
I'd like a variance for a 6-foot privacy fence on the side of my home, which is against Noblewood Drive. We'd like more privacy for our backyard as, kids try to cut through it, so we'd like more privacy.
Okay. Do I have any board comment? Bob?
Nothing, Lenny.
Nastasha? Bill?
None.
Aaron?
I was hoping Bill would ask about the visual triangle.
It's already in the application.
And it's, you like it? It's fine?
It's not
Yeah,
on the triangle, it's
it
good.
says, I'm sorry, it says in there that it won't interfere with the site triangle. That's why I didn't ask it.
Right, right. And the township agrees? Matt?
Matt?
Yes. Yes, it's not in the site triangle.
Great.
Thank you.
No other comment, thanks.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions at this time. They've already asked what I wanted to know. Do I have a motion? Oh, excuse me. Do I have anything from the township? Matt?
Nothing from the township.
Thank you. Anything from the public? I don't see anybody. Do I have a motion for this petition?
I'll make that motion. I move that the application of Leah Neidlinger requesting a dimensional variance from section 209-37C2 of the Falls Township zoning ordinance be granted to allow a 6-foot privacy fence along Noblewood Lane at the property located at 56 New School Lane, Levittown, PA 19054, as depicted on the plans in accordance with the testimony presented to the zoning hearing board.
Do I have a
I'll
second?
second. I'll second.
Thank you, Bill. Aaron, can you pull the board, please?
Yep. Bill?
Yes.
Nastasha?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Laney?
I'm a yes. Your petition has been granted. You'll receive something from the township.
Thank you.
Petition number 3, Good Stuff Thrift, Thomas Hudson, 543 Lincoln Highway, Fairless Hills, Pennsylvania, 19030, TMP number 13-013-018, zoned HC, requesting a dimensional variance to allow the proposed sign area to exceed the allowable 32 square feet, section 209-45.Q, parentheses 5, parentheses B. Before you start, can you please say your name and spell it for?
Thomas, Thomas,
Hudson, Hudson.
Number 8.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Mike McGinnis, the attorney, his expert.
Keith?
Yes, Madam Chair, we can mark the application for zoning ordinance appeal as ZHB 1. 2 will be a letter at the top says Foreman Signs addressed to Falls Township. That letter is not dated. 3 will be a letter from Falls Township. It's a permit denial letter dated June 14, 2023, addressed to Telford Industries Development Authority, 70 Taylor Drive, Fallsington, Pennsylvania. 4 will be color picture showing the property was posted as required. 5 will be notice to the applicant's representative, Dan Flavel, Flaville. That letter is dated March 25th, 2024, sent from Falls Township. 6 will be plans for the proposed signs. 7 will be proof of publication in the Bucks County Courier-Times showing this matter was published March 26th and again April 2nd, 2024. That is all the board exhibits. I'm satisfied the appropriate notice have been satisfied. This matter can proceed.
Thank you, Keith. You can proceed. How can we help you?
Yes, we've changed our logo for Good Stuff Thrift, so we would like to get our new logo on the sign. And also, our signs currently on the roof are falling apart, and the one on the street is in dire need of replacement. It's been rusting out and has all kinds of electrical problems.
Okay. I have any board comment? Bob?
No questions.
Nastasha?
No comment.
Bill?
I have no comment.
He said he doesn't have any.
No, I don't have any.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you, Bill. Aaron?
I'm good, thanks.
Okay. I don't really have that many questions for you. I can see why you want a new sign. It is in need of repair. I think, you know, this is a reasonable request. Do I have anything from the township regarding this matter? Matt?
Nothing from the township.
Thank you. Anything from the public regarding this? I don't see anybody. Do I have a motion to accept this petition?
Yep. I move that the application Good Stuff Thrift, Thomas Hudson, requesting a dimensional variance from section 209-45.Q5B of the Falls Township zoning ordinance be granted to allow the proposed sign area to exceed the allowable 32 square foot at the property located at 543 Lincoln Highway, Fairless Hills, PA 19030, as depicted on the plans and in accordance with the testimony presented to the zoning hearing board.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Aaron, can you please pull the board?
Bill?
Yes.
Nastasha?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Laney?
I'm a yes.
I have one question. We submitted for 2 signs, the street sign and the one on the building. The one on the building was the only one that required a variance, I'm assuming.
Rejection letter that was in the packet was only for the sign on the building.
Okay.
Yes.
I think the phrase is take your money and run.
Yes, thank you.
And Matt, I'm correct to say that once they get the letter from my office, they then will contact the township and you can confirm that no other permission is needed for street signs. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Our next petition, Falls Township Fire Company Number 1, 310 Yardley Avenue, Fallsington, Pennsylvania, 19054, TMP number 13-032-081, zoned IN, requesting the following variances to construct building additions. Section 209-20.1.e and Table 4 to allow a minimum front yard building setback less than 100 feet as required on Table 4, to allow a maximum impervious surface ratio greater than 70% as required on Table 4. Section 209-20.1.i to allow existing parking within 20 feet to the street line without curbing and planting as required by Section 209-22.f, parentheses 2. Section 209-38.1.e, parentheses 4, to not provide 20-foot buffer yard. Section 29-40, to not provide a lighting plan. Section 29-40.b, parentheses 1, to not provide landscaping between off-street parking and street lines or lot lines. Section 209-42.c, to not propose additional lighting fixtures. And Section 209-40.e, to allow an existing continuous open driveway greater than 30 feet wide. Can you please state your name for the court reporter?
Yes, good evening. My name is Brian Binney. I'm a professional land surveyor with Anderson Engineering, which is now a division of Benoni. My name is spelled, my last name is Binney. With me is David Schamberg from the fire company.
Good evening, David Schamberg. It's Shanberg, again, with the Falls Township Fire Company.
Keith? Oh, she has to swear at me, I'm sorry.
I'll swear both, are you both going to testify?
Yes, just in case there's questions.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
I do.
Madam Chair, we can mark the application for zoning ordinance appeal as ZHB1, along with the accompanying letter from Mr. Binney. 2 will be proof that the property was posted as required. 3 will be notification to Mr. Binney and also to Mr. Schamberg, providing notice of tonight's meeting. That letter was sent from Falls Township, dated March 25th. 4 will be land development plans submitted with the application. 5 will be proof of publication in the Bucks County Courier-Times showing this matter was published March 26th and again April 2nd, 2024. Mr. Binney, do you have neighbor notifications? Okay, great. And Mr. Binney, the properties that are listed, the green cards that are listed, they all receive a copy of the notice, the form letter that's attached. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
All right. If you don't have any pre-marked exhibits, I'll mark this as A1 for applicant 1. Madam Chair, I'm satisfied the appropriate notices have been satisfied and this matter can proceed.
Thank you, Keith. Before we proceed, when you come up to the podium, can you please try to speak into that mic? Because sometimes it's very hard for us to hear up here because of other outside noises. You may proceed.
All right, thank you. I'm here to represent the fire company. As everybody knows, they're located in Fallsington on Yardley Avenue. The fire company would like to put an addition on their building to expand, to add another bay to accommodate equipment that's going to be delivered in 2025. They're purchasing some new apparatus, and they want to expand the building for that and to do some other renovations inside the building to make it more usable for them. Currently, the firehouse consists of 11,163 square feet. The fire company would like to add an additional 2,786 square feet. The property, as you know, is abutted to the north by the railroad tracks. To the rear of the property is a property owned by Falls Township, which is commonly known as the Dog Pound because it used to be the Dog Pound. And the property to the right is the American Legion Post. Many of the variances we're seeking today are currently in existence. There's only one variance that we're asking for today that is not currently exists at the fire company. And that has to do with the dimensional variance for the front yard. The existing fire company property building is 60 feet from the front yard setback. The fire company wants to put addition on, which is highlighted in blue, and that setback will be reduced to 54.8 feet. Now, it should be noted that the American Legion, adjacent to the fire company, setback is 43.9 feet. And many of the properties along Yardley Avenue currently exist closer than the required 100 feet off of Yardley Avenue. Many of them are closer than 50 feet, and many of them are closer than what we're proposing to do. So we don't believe that this would be, harmful for the neighborhood, and it would be consistent with what's currently there. The other variances, that was section 20920.1E. If you would like, I can go through each variance individually.
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Okay, great. The maximum impervious surface area, 20920.1E, again, table 4. Maximum impervious surface allowable is 70.0%. Currently, the impervious surface area is 93.5%. We're not proposing to add any additional impervious surface. All these additions will be placed over top of existing impervious areas. There will be a very minuscule reduction because a concrete pad that's in the rear of the property that goes to a door, which is going to be closed, will be removed. So we're not proposing to add any additional impervious surface. Section 20922F has to do with parking within 20 feet of the street line with curbing and plantings. Anybody who's been to the firehouse knows that the entire front of the firehouse is paved so that the fire trucks can get in and out of the bay doors in the front, and that almost the entire parking lot to the American Legion side of the property is also paved. We want to continue that use. We don't want to change it. Again, it's an existing situation that we'd like to continue to use. And section 20938.14, which requires a 20-foot yard buffer for institutional uses or along other districts or uses. This only pertains to the railroad side. The railroad is zoned light industrial. We're zoned institutional. The building currently sits 3 feet off the property line. So there really isn't any area for us to put any buffering on that side. And although the American Legion is zoned differently, zoned in NCR, for this particular zoning district, the zoning line is not contiguous with the property line, but it's contiguous with the right-of-way that goes back to the township's property. So technically, we don't believe we need a variance for that side, but we're asking for it out of caution. But we think technically we're abutting an institutional use versus an institutional use. So we're just being cautious to ask for that. And again, it currently doesn't exist. There are no buffers on this property. 20940 requires a lighting plan. Currently, the parking lot does not have any lighting. It's an existing condition. There are some wall-mounted building lights to light up the front bay for when they're working on the fire trucks out front. We want to continue that. The new building may have some exterior lighting on the outside for security purposes, for entranceway for doors and safety, but we're not proposing to change the lighting situation in the parking lot. 20942B1 requires landscaping between off-street parking and street lines. Again, the existing parking spaces are very close to the parking lot. If we were to put plantings and landscaping and raised beds, it would alter the drainage on the property and would eliminate some parking spaces that we really need. 20942C, again, has to deal with lighting and off-street parking. As I said before, we're not proposing to make any modifications to the lighting in the parking lot. We'd like to continue that existing condition. And lastly, it's 20942E, which requires less than a 30-foot wide continuous open driveway. Again, fire trucks are leaving this building, entering Yardley Avenue. If we restricted the width of that entranceway, it would be difficult for us to get fire trucks in and out of that.
Okay. Do I have any board comment? Bob?
No questions.
Nastasha? Bill?
I have none.
Aaron?
So let me just say that, if you were a commercial entity coming with these existing, we would be, our hair would be on fire. I don't have any hair. But, the point is, these are existing non-conformity, so you're not really asking for much.
We're just trying to memorialize it. And I do have one more slide if you're interested in what we hope this building will look like.
Oh, it's to me now. Okay. I wasn't sure. Thank you. I don't really have any questions either. Like Aaron stated, everything basically is already there. You're not asking to really change any, impervious surface or anything that's going to be detrimental to the neighborhood around you or anything like that. So do I have anything from the township regarding this petition? Matt?
No, nothing from the township.
Thank you. Do I have anything from the public regarding this petition? Sure, come up. Please state your name and spell it for us.
Amy Ransley, R-A-N-S-L-E-Y. I
And
own
your address?
And your,
290 Yardley Avenue and 280 Yardley Avenue. I own the two properties that are right next to the Legion that are along with this property, right next to this property. The blue area on the screen before, is that an addition that they're putting in?
Yes.
Like more buildings to create that? And you said that you're getting more equipment. Is it more firehouse equipment, or what type of equipment are you getting? And is it for, how are you storing that there?
They're getting new fire trucks. They'll be parked inside the building.
Inside the, so the addition that you're putting on is going to be open to the garage for? Because
Yeah.
from my understanding is you see where the garages are, but where the addition is, that's not part of the garage. Is that going to be open up to?
Yeah, so currently, there's 3 bays that front on the Yardley Avenue. We're adding a 4th bay, and then the building that's to the right of that is going to be another parking garage for the smaller pickup truck, and there will be a room that is just for storing bunker gear or turnout gear, and there'll be some training rooms in there.
And all the entrance will be from the front of the building, nothing from this side? The entrance to get these trucks and vehicles and equipment in?
The
is all from
larger
front?
trucks will be coming from the front. There will be one garage door, if you can see in the picture in the back here,
In the far back.
that will be for the pickup truck that they have.
Okay, and by adding this, you're losing some of your parking lot? Is that what you're?
We're moving some, yes.
And this is your future picture here. What is that, and it may not have to do with right now, but that big pillar there? Why is that so large and high?
It's just
What
a
is that for, just decorative?
Yes.
So there's no purpose of that, just decorative?
You-
I was
you're
just
really-
asking
you're
about
really
the-
supposed to direct your question.
Okay, I was just
And if you-
asking about the addition that they're actually doing. So they are actually putting an addition on the building.
And if you can just, you're supposed to just direct your questions to the board, and
Okay.
then we'll ask the applicants to respond.
Okay.
This isn't like a going back and forth, because the
Okay.
court reporter can't type everything down.
Okay, well, I think I got my answers from, unless you want me to repeat them to you. Did the board want me to repeat the questions to you?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Did you want me to repeat everything to you since I spoke to him first?
No, I said just going forward.
Okay.
If you have any other questions, if you could address them to the board.
Nope, that's all for now. Thank you.
Would you like to respond on record to her comments?
Again, good evening. Thank you for the questions. I really appreciate it. We have not taken a major renovation like this since the 1950s. We've been in Fallsington for over 100 years. Lord knows the township is growing exponentially, as all you folks know, and we're getting ready for it. And we've been working with architects for the past couple of years. We've come up with this plan. Hopefully the community, the town, is going to be very proud of, and we look forward to it. When we have an open house, and we hope to have this done in a couple of years, we'd be more than happy to have all you there in the dedication. Thank goodness the township supervisors have been very good to us, that we've been able to go out and secure 3 new pieces of apparatus to protect our citizens, and we expect those to be in about a year. So this is all good stuff. Quite frankly, in your careers, you won't have too many of these kind of petitions in front of you. So honored to be here, and we appreciate your support.
Is there any other public comment? I don't see anybody. I just want to clarify with you, with her questions, the addition is not going to be detrimental in any way. It's taking up part of the parking lot that is already existing there, so you're basically just moving the building sideways. Pretty much. And then you're just going to relocate the parking that you have existing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and the height that she's speaking about, is it just decorative, that you're trying just to make it look better?
The height will conform to the requirements of the zoning district.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Do I have a motion to accept this petition?
I'll make that motion. I move that the application of Falls Township Fire Company 1 requesting the following variances for following sections of the Falls Township zoning ordinance be granted to construct building additions for the 8 requested variances that were read into the record at the property located at 310 Yardley Avenue, Fallsington, PA 19054, as depicted on the plans and in accordance with the testimony presented to the zoning hearing board.
I'll second.
Karen, can you please pull the board?
Sure. Bill?
Yes.
Nastasha?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
I'm a yes.
And I'll be yes. Your petition has been granted.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Have a good evening.
At this time, we would like to take a small break.
MATA.
Do you both swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Madam Chair, we'll mark the application for zoning ordinance appeal as ZHB 1. 2 will be a letter from Falls Township Fire Company addressed as a hardship letter. That letter is dated March 22nd, 2024. I'm sorry, there's actually 3 separate letters from Falls Township Fire Company. One's dated March 22nd, one's dated March 12th, and the second one dated March 12th. 3 will be, it states at the top left-hand corner, fully fenced parking storage lot available. It looks like an ad. 4 will be proof that the property was posted as required. 5 will be notice to Mr. Schamberg, applicant's representative, providing notice of tonight's meeting. That letter was sent from Falls Township, dated March 25th, 2024. 5 will be the neighbor notification letters sent from Falls Township. Those letters are dated March 22nd, 2024. 6 will be proof of publication in the Bucks County Courier Times showing this matter was published March 26th and then again April 2nd, 2024. Mr. Schamberg, I was given copies of a letter that has your name at the bottom. A copy of these letters went to the adjoining or abutting property owners. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Madam Chair, I'm satisfied the appropriate notice have been satisfied. This matter can proceed.
Thank you, Keith. You may proceed.
Okay. Thank you again. We have been in front of the board a couple years ago, maybe about 2.5 years ago, on a similar request. We have this lot that's right behind our firehouse, a fenced-in lot, a little over half an acre, and we've been taking advantage of that to try to drive some rental income on behalf of the fire company. Previously, we had a tenant, was a very good guy, but unfortunately his business went south and he had to vacate the building. So the lot's been sitting vacant. Been working with AHIA Real Estate for the past year. They have found us a tenant. The gentleman's here now. He can explain the business. We've gone through talking and interviewing quite a few tenants over the period of time, and we think we have a good fit. We're very respectful of the community, the town, and realize minimal traffic, minimal noise. So we're very respectful for that, and we wanted to proceed forward and get approval to sign a lease and enter into a business arrangement with this gentleman here. So I'll let him explain the business a little bit further, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Good evening. Yep, we provide erosion and sediment controls for national builders like Toll Brothers.
Speak into the microphone.
I'm sorry. We provide erosion and sediment controls for national builders such as Toll Brothers, Lennar, Ryan Homes. These measurements are to prevent any runoff into waterways and protect the environment. And in simple words, we're kind of a landscape contractors. Our equipment is minimal, small equipment. We have 3 pickup trucks right now, currently with equipment trailers, and they're about 22 foot long, and we would just like to park our trucks right there. So the guys can come in, load up, get out and get the work done, and come back out and park again in the afternoon.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm going to open it up to board comment. Bob?
None at this time.
Nastasha?
No.
Bill?
I have 2 questions. Do you plan on storing any kind of waste or trash overnight there in your trucks or trailers?
No, sir. We do plan to have a dumpster on site, just in case anything that we have a set of pallets left over from our material.
All right, so your truck won't be used for storing of trash overnight, okay? My second one is a fuel tank. Do you plan on having a fuel tank there on site? I believe we had issues there before.
That's something we might be looking in the future, but not right now.
So we approve this, you'll agree on that you won't have a fuel tank at this time?
No, sir.
No, all right, that's all I had.
Aaron?
Nothing.
Your trucks are going to be, what time are they going to be going in and out of that area?
Usually we start at 7 a.m. The guys get loaded up within 30 minutes, so 7:30, 7:45, they're out of there. We get an 8-hour day mostly, so we'll be back about 4:30 in the afternoon.
Okay, and by loading up, you mean bringing the equipment out? So the
Yes.
people who are coming into the site are leaving their vehicles in the site and then taking
Inside.
trucks and going out?
Yes, correct.
Correct, right. All right. And the surface back there, I'm assuming, is stone?
Stone, yes.
All right. I don't have any questions more at this time. I'm going to ask the township if they have anything.
Nothing at this time.
Thank you, Matt. Anybody from the public like to say something? Please come up, speak into the mic, your name, your address, and please spell your name.
Walt Jordan, Jerdan. We're members of the American Legion Post, right next to the fire company. The members had some concerns because the lay of the land where this plot is behind the fire company, actually everything runs towards our pavilion. Our pavilion is there for rental purposes. So we would like to know exactly what's going to be contained in those pickup trucks, whether it's any caustic materials. If so, how are they going to stop that runoff coming onto our property? Or whether they're bringing back anything that has any odor, because again, we do rent that pavilion, and of course, that's part of our moneymaker. A lot of the children play in that grassy area. There's only maybe a 10-foot buffer, which is the right-of-way for the Township Highway Department to get back to their land between where this fenced-in property is and our property. So right there, we have children that play. The other thing was that the fence used to have a, I guess there were tarps that were across that chain link fence so that there was no eyesores that between there. And I don't know if they're going to be working on the weekends, but of course on Friday nights, Saturdays, and Sundays is normally our rental for that pavilion in the back. We have other questions if they just want to respond to those at this time.
Would you like to respond to his questions, please?
We don't bring anything back. We do work on stopping runoff. So if there's anything, we'll address any issues right away, but mostly all we have is materials that are made out of woven geotextile fabric, nothing that could run off or any type of chemicals at all. What was the other question? Sorry.
No, that was good. The other thing is in regards to any noise. I understand that we also had addressed the idea of I don't know whether they're going to be working weekends. Of course, again, that's when we do most of our rentals at that time.
We do sometimes work on Saturdays. Again, it's a 35-minute period that the crew is within the property, loading up and getting out. I don't see us doing much noise or interfering with anything.
You said that you do work occasional Saturdays. What
Yes.
time would you start? The same 7 o'clock,
Yes.
7:30? And would you still approximate coming back like 8-hour day, 5 or
Yes.
whatever? Okay.
Yeah, normally our rentals are from 12 noon to dark. Of course, in the summer, that's probably 8 or 9, 10 o'clock at night. Did you have anything else?
Yeah.
Sir, can I ask you, when you talk about your rentals from noon until 8, 9 o'clock at night, they are, parties that are happening inside. right?
No, they're outside. It's a pavilion.
Oh, outside, it's an
Yeah,
external.
they have 22 picnic tables at the pavilions.
Right. You see why I'm asking. If you're inside in a
Right.
hall,
I understand.
I would ask, why do you care what's going on outside?
Right. If we could have an overview of that aerial shot that they had before, can we see that? Is that possible?
That was Mr. Benny's? Yeah.
That was from the previous.
The engineer who was
I
here
trust
before.
you. It's outside.
Yes.
You have outside.
I just wanted to show you
pavilions.
the distance
People
from.
are renting your outside pavilions that are directly adjacent to the space, and there's no sound barrier, there's no firewall.
Nothing.
It's directly there. So
A chain link fence.
Trucks coming in and out, big diesel trucks doing blah, blah, blah. That's the concern.
Yeah, well, like I said, we're concerned mainly also because of the runoff. If they're storing any type of equipment there, of course it's going to rain. And whatever they carry in those pickup trucks may drop onto the ground. The ground is actually just stone. And again, everything comes across to our direction and onto that grassy area where children are at play. We don't want to have an incident where all of a sudden something or a child is allergic to something or gets something and all of a sudden we get sued.
Sir, if I may, is there a runoff issue there now?
Yes. Yeah.
You're saying the grassy spot, where are you speaking, where the playground is, or on the others? Because I know your pavilion, I've been there, I'm a member of your Legion. I don't remember having any grassy spots right next to that chain link fence. There's this little.
No,
Talking about the
there's
playground.
a right of way that's
Yeah, that
back
goes
for
to
the
the dog
township.
pound.
That's the only distance between where the fence ends
Mm-hmm.
and our property begins. And what I'm saying, where the pavilion is, a lot of the children play in that grassy area where we have porta potties, where all the children are escorted to the porta potties. We're right there at that corner. So they also.
Corner in the back part of the pavilion or over in the playground?
No, over at, right on the other side of the road. That's why it was easier if they had I could explain it, if we had the overview of that. It's only 10 feet from where the fence is.
Mm-hmm.
It's in the corner just before you go back into where the highway department is parked.
And you have a bunch of brush back there, bushes and all kinds of stuff back behind the pavilion also.
Right, that's behind it. We're just talking about the area right
runoff-
behind the fire company.
So the runoff would go this way, past the dog pound, into the grassy surface, into the brush? Is that what you're saying? Or
Yes.
is it going to go across your parking lot?
It goes both. Actually, they're much higher than what we are. So it usually goes from almost north to south. And so what happens is that, I should say south to north. So it runs right down. So we have stormwater problems as is now because of the pervious areas of both properties. And that's why we're saying we know which way the water runs. So if they have anything that's there that's going to be either caustic or, we need to be concerned about that.
I understand. Wasn't there a landscaping business back there before? That had a property? Did you have problems with them being there?
Well, we had other problems, but, there was a noise problem, et cetera. I think there was a time where they had some workers that were staying and partying back there, et cetera. So I think that was a different problem than what we're talking about right now.
Okay.
So I guess my question to you is,
Yes.
the previous company you had problems with, the proposed company you have problems with, is this just a not in my backyard question? Like, I don't want anything back there because whatever it is, I don't want it.
No,
Or is there specific instances where you believe there's a real and tangible issue of concern?
The prior owner or the prior renter that was there, I think it was countertops. We never had any problem with him. There was a trailer that's on site. I don't know if they're going to use that as an office, which he did use. But we're mainly concerned about anything that could possibly get on the ground and run onto our property, in which way the stormwater actually runs at this present time, that it could endanger either the children or the people that we
Okay.
have.
Okay. Okay. So the question back to you then is, right, erosion and sediment control.
And
That's what
stormwater
you're
management.
specifying. Erosion and sediment control,
And stormwater management.
landscaping contracting. How much of that erosion and sediment, those sound like nasty things, how much of that are you bringing back to the site?
None. We install controls to prevent that in other sites.
So tell us again what you are storing at the site.
We might store some materials that are geotextile, non-woven fabrics, mostly used to prevent runoff on job sites that are disturbed areas.
So somewhere else, you're making the world better,
Yes,
or making those places better,
yes,
and then the equipment you're using, you're coming back and storing it there.
correct.
Like, I'm not trying to play favors here. I'm really not. It sounds like it. So I want to give the other side a chance to come back and rebut what I just said.
To the Legion, I really appreciate the feedback. Again, we've been neighbors, I don't know, it's longer than 55 years that I've been with the fire company. And quite frankly, it's the first time I've ever heard anything. In fact, we rent the property too for quite a few of our affairs. The one question you had about the drapes on the fence, the renter does plan to put some drapes back up along that side to cover that. Again, all this work, again, as the gentleman, Chris was just saying, is all done at the job sites. We actually store the same kind of product in the back of our firehouse in case of spillage on the highways. It's the same thing that we store in the back of our firehouse that he's talking about storing in the back of his trucks if needed. So, quite frankly, I'd be more concerned about the 10,000 gallons of God knows what's going up and down Conrail in those yards than worrying about this soil, quite frankly. Because God help us if any of those go.
Before you speak, I have another question of this gentleman here. You say that you specialize in stormwater also.
Yes.
So couldn't you put your own stormwater to stop this from happening to the Legion?
We will, if any case, in any storm or anything, we can proceed with measurements to prevent any runoff.
Prevent the runoff, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, my name's Carl Sheely, Karlscheele, and I'm also with the American Legion Post 834 right next door to the firehouse. I just have one big thing because Mr. Jordan covered most of it, but I did want to ask on these materials that they're using to catch everything, do they get disposed from the site or do they get rinsed off and come back and stored in the yard?
Would you like to answer that, please?
No, we do not get washed on sites, but we are not also running around. Our machines might have certain times a little dirty or mud, but we have measurements to prevent those. We have spill kits. If any diesel comes out of our machines or trucks, we apply that, and we have a way of cleaning those and dispose them.
Okay, everybody knows about the right-of-way that the Falls Township used to get to the yard in the back. If coming in off of Yardley Avenue, we have the firehouse on the left, American Legion Post on the right. And the firehouse have always had those concrete retaining wall like that, and then the rest of the way is the cones going down. With the rental in the back and the new equipment, are they going to be running traffic down that right away to get to that back lot where they're going to store stuff, or is the fire company going to be using that? Because it's really just for the township to go back to their yard, and kind of worried about vehicles coming in because we have cars back there, and sometimes we got kids back there, and we just don't want anything to happen. So I was just wondering if it's going to change the pattern of the traffic onto our property. Thanks.
Would you please answer that question for him?
No, the plan is for all the vehicles that the gentleman's going to be using is going to go through our property, through the fire company property. There's no plan to use that access road that you're talking about. Is that okay? Sure.
Yeah, there's nothing's going to be.
You have to speak into the mic so we understand, please.
Just want to make sure that he's comfortable with that answer. That it's going to be going through the firehouse property and not through the access road.
Thank you.
Is there any other board comment at this time? Is there any other public comment?
Amy Ransley, Ransley, 290 and 280 Yardley Avenue. My questions are, what products besides the barrier will be at the property? What other products that will they be using for their business?
You're asking what textile
Yeah,
product?
like, are they
used for
going
the
to be
business? Is that
using
your
any other,
question?
are they going to be using any other products besides this barrier type material that they're using to help protect the environment at other sites? Like, are they going to be using mulch? Is there going to be any other type of materials or product that that they sell or put down at other sites?
Would you please answer her question?
We do have sometimes straw bales on site that we use, straw matting, which is also made out of plastic. And we do have PVC pipes, corrugated pipes that we keep on storage for stormwater management purposes.
So that means, so there'll be no dirt, no mulch, nothing like that? Okay. Vehicles, you said you had 3 pickup trucks with trailers, 22-foot-long trailers, but then you mentioned diesel fuel. Are these diesel pickup trucks? Or is there going to be other type of equipment used on the property to load or unload trucks?
Would you please answer her question?
Yes, 2 of our trucks are diesel trucks. They're small pickup trucks, an F-250 and a F-450 are the diesel. The gas truck that we have is also an F-250 pickup truck. I do have a picture, sort of what it looks like. With the equipment trailer, our machines are skid loaders. They are diesel machines. They're small, about 6 foot wide, 8 foot long, and 7 foot tall.
How will the equipment get to the property? Is it going to be brought in by delivery trucks and then left on the property to then be loaded onto their trucks to then go off of the property? Or are you bringing the product on yourself? And on the property, where is it being stored? In the trucks or in a corner of the property?
Our machines will come in with our trucks. They will go out every day to the job site and come back in our trailers, our 22-foot trailers pulled up by these trucks that we mentioned. They will be parked in the yard. We have to offload them off the trailers every afternoon and park our trucks or trailers probably right next to them. I'm not sure where exactly in the yard they will be parked right now. We haven't planned that yet.
So there will not be delivery trucks delivering the product, is pretty much what I was, okay. And so to load the trucks, there's going to be small equipment at 7 a.m., weekdays and Saturdays at 7 a.m., and then again at 4:30, running these little front loaders or whatever they're called, which make noise.
Yes, the noise of them is it's not that much. probably a diesel truck makes more noise than these machines.
How many employees are going to be at the property?
We currently have 8 employees. We're looking to expand to probably 12 within the next month, and that's probably going to be all our hiring throughout the year.
Okay. Just trying to see if I had any other questions. Okay. And there's no plans on, like, when they get back from working, just finish the job and get done? We've had problems in the past with other landscaping companies. Not the last company was there, just like was earlier. We had no problems with the last company that rented that property. But prior to them, other landscapers have rented, and there has been issues, as the Legion had mentioned, about runoff with different things, but also partying after loud music and just hanging out after working all day. They're hanging out in the workers are hanging out in the back lot with all kinds of stuff going on.
Would you like to address that, please?
I can assure you that's not going to happen.
What fuel does the skid loader take also?
Diesel fuel.
I'm sorry.
Would you like to say something, sir?
Did you want to?
Would you like to be sworn in? Wait a minute, excuse me. You have to come forward, you have to state your name, your address.
Dan
So-
Kearney, 290 Yardley Ave. Kearney.
Now you may.
And the skid loaders, they're like 40, 50-gallon tanks. How are you going to load them with 5-gallon gas, diesel fuel cans?
How are you going to load this front load, the skid trucks? Fuel. How are you putting fuel in those trucks?
So your main concern right now is how the diesel fuel is going to get into their trucks?
Are they going to, into the skid loader, are they going to be loading those trucks on the property with fuel?
We usually get load and stop at Wawa to fuel our machines and trucks.
I'm sorry, did you say at Wawa?
Wawa.
Thank you.
Yeah, he said Wawa. Okay. So, okay. So our main concern is the noise at the property early in the morning, in the evening, weekends, if they work holidays. You know, it's an open area back there, so the noise, there's no buffers at all. And my backyard is right on the other side of the parking lot of where the Legion is, which is right next to where these trucks are going to be loaded with these skid loaders. And, you know, we really don't want that in our backyard, honestly, with the noise. And that's all.
So, understood, and I really want to thank you and all the other community members for their concerns. My question to both the fire chief and the tenant, is this an allowable use for the property?
Good questions. It's my understanding it is.
It is, and tonight you're not asking for any variance on the allowable use for the property.
No.
Right, so historically, this is an allowable use. Yep,
Yes.
okay, thank you.
I just want to say to the neighbors, again, open doors. It's a public facility per se. Any concerns, get a hold of me or Mr. Kilmore that's up here. Any of us, we're very open. And we'll rectify whatever concerns or anything you might have, quite frankly. I mean, we're neighbors.
I have one question for Matt Takita and Eddie Neubauer. Has there been any noise complaints to the township in the last 5 years that you know about?
Actually, I'd like to back up and address Aaron's question. The request for the variance, it is a use variance. The use of the property for.
Oh, it is.
What the proposing is not permitted in an institutional district.
Okay.
And Bob's question? Matt?
I'm not aware of any noise complaints. Ed, have you worked on any?
Probably a few years ago when they had a dumpster back there, they were making some noise. That's about it.
Okay, thank you.
Do I have any other board comment?
Can I say one of, the noise from the dumpster was because of equipment that was being run. They had a small front loader, and it was the noise of that equipment is what the complaints were a few years back.
Yeah, so let me follow up with Matt. Is this an existing non-conforming issue? There has already been other usages that conflicted with the code.
And those other uses had received, I believe, had received variances from the zoning hearing board in order to be there. I think I recall the last use that was there. I think it was they had granite or marble they were using as a storage yard. That received a variance from the zoning hearing board, and they are requesting a variance for this as well. None of the uses that, to my knowledge, that have been there predated the zoning ordinance legally, so it wouldn't qualify as a continuation of a non-conforming use.
Thank you.
Is there any other board comment or any other public comment that needs to be heard at this time? I don't see anything. Would somebody on the board like to make a motion?
I will make a motion.
I'll make a motion. Go on.
Okay, Bill, you got it.
All right, I move that the application of Falls Township Fire Company number 1, requesting a use variance from section 209-20.1.b of Falls Township zoning ordinance be granted to allow the fenced-in lot in the rear to be used for vehicle storage for an erosion and settlement control landscape contracting business at the property located at 310 Yardley Avenue, Fallsington, PA 19054, as depicted on the plans and in accordance with testimony presenting to the zoning hearing board.
I'll second.
Bill, you mentioned, and I think the applicant was going to agree that there was going to be no storing of fuel on the property, no fuel tanks.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I would like to add to that, as a conditional use, if you plan on using a fuel tank in the future, that you will get permission from the township.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Aaron, can you please pull the board?
Sure. Bill?
Yes.
Nastasha?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
I'm a yes.
And I'm a yes. Your petition has been granted. You'll receive something from the township. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your service, members.
Okay. Our next petition, number 6, is continued from March 12th, 2024. It's for Jennifer Gage and James Palicio, sorry for the mispronunciation. 8025 Mill Creek Parkway, Levittown, Pennsylvania, 19054, TMP number 13-042-320, zoned NC, requesting the following dimensional variances for a fast food restaurant. Section 209-22.f, to not require the first 20 feet from the street line to be landscaped. Sections 209-23.e, parentheses 8, parentheses A, parentheses 1, to not require a drive-through bypass lane. Section 209-34.e and K, Section 209-48.3.l, parentheses 1, to permit an accessory use to the location, permit an accessory use to be located within the front yard and to have a front yard setback of 19.18 feet, where 70 feet is otherwise required. Section 209-42.b, parentheses 1, to not require a 10-foot wide planting area between the off-street parking areas at any lot line or street line. Section 209-42.h, parentheses 26, to allow 28 parking spaces where 36 spaces would otherwise be required. Section 209-42.i, to not require a designated space/area for loading and unloading. Section 209-48.3.l, parentheses 2, to permit an outdoor dining area within 250 feet of a residential use where 500 feet would otherwise be required. I think that's all of it. Good evening.
Good evening, Board. Bryce McGuigan from Begley Carlin here on behalf of the applicants, Jennifer Gage and James Pellicero. Thank you for having us.
This matter, just so the record's clear, this matter, we started on the record previously. It was continued for notification. What I feel comfortable doing is just remarking the exhibits, just so the record is clear. So the application for zoning ordinance appeal will be ZHB1. The posting of the property will be 2. 3 will be a letter to Mr. McGuigan, applicant's attorney, providing notice of tonight's meeting. 4 will be the original proof of publication in the Bucks County Courier-Times. 5 will be notification to the applicant. I'm sorry, it's a zoning verification application denial from Falls Township dated October 7th, 2021. 6 will be a sketch plan. I've been now provided what I'm going to mark as A2. I previously marked something A1 for applicant 2. Mr. McGuigan has handed me the certification of service, proof that the adjoining or abutting property owners have received notice of tonight's meeting. With all of that, I'm satisfied the appropriate notice has been satisfied and this matter can proceed.
Thank you. Mr. McGuigan.
All right. Good evening, Board. Thank you again for having us this evening, and thank you for your indulgence in allowing a few separate continuances. Like I mentioned, I'm here tonight on behalf of the applicants, Jennifer Gage and James Pellicero, for the property located at 8025 Mill Creek Parkway. By way of background, the property is 0.69 acres and is part of the NC Neighborhood Commercial Zoning District. It's improved by a 1,562 square foot structure that most recently served as a doctor's office. As a frame of reference, the property at issue sits at the corner of Mill Creek Parkway and Fallsington-Tullytown Road. The applicants purchased this property back in February of 2022 with the intent of opening a fast food or quick service restaurant here on site called Two and a Fry. Two and a Fry is an existing restaurant that I would be very surprised if anyone here has ever heard of, being as it's located in Monongahela, Pennsylvania, which is right near Pittsburgh. Obviously, when you think of expansion sites from Pittsburgh, you think of Levittown, right? The applicants here did, because Jim Pellicero lives out there. That's where his hometown. But his daughter, Miss Gage, who is sitting right here to my right, lives in Levittown, has made Levittown her home. And the plan is to have a second location here in Levittown that Jennifer and her family will operate. And that will be, hopefully, right here at 8025 Mill Creek Parkway. Essentially, the restaurant is a quick service, fast casual location that serves hot dogs, French fries, soda, milkshakes, hamburgers, all the good stuff. And the goal is to use quality ingredients while keeping the price low so that, people don't have to break the bank for a quick dinner. Again, their goal is to do the same thing that they're doing out in near Pittsburgh, to do it right here in Falls Township. Like I said, the restaurant's going to be run by Jennifer and specifically her 2 children. The goal is over the summer, provided we're approved here today, is to go to out to the other restaurant across the way and have Jim show them the ropes. And then when the restaurant's ready to open here, they're going to have management, some of the crew over at that restaurant, come here to make sure everyone's trained and ready to open and ready to roll day one. After reviewing a number of properties in the area, they settled on this one, the one at issue, because of the location. There's a lot of great homes and areas around here, but also because we think that at this particular intersection, it's a really promising site for the business. Now, we also know that there are some challenges. It is a busy intersection at times, and it's our responsibility to ensure that this restaurant can function there. It's a approved permitted use. A fast food restaurant, or a restaurant rather, is permitted at this site. And the drive-through component is a conditional use, and the applicant is aware that we're going to have to go through a separate process down the line in front of the Board of Supervisors regarding that conditional use for the drive-through. However, we also know it's an important part of the project, and that's something that we're going to be talking about quite a bit tonight to ensure that the board has an adequate understanding of everything that we've done to ensure that there's no practical issue on site, to ensure that the stacking lane that we've identified stacks for more than 10 vehicles at any given time, and to make sure that there's going to be never an overflow of traffic onto either Mill Creek Parkway or Fallsington Tullytown Road. That's really the main point that we've emphasized throughout this project, and you don't have to take my word for it. There have been a number of iterations of this plan to ensure that there will be no risk of that happening. And I've got here John Richardson from the firm of Dumac Engineering. He's the engineer on the project. He's denied all the plans you're going to be seeing tonight, and he's going to be able to testify at length as to, well, hopefully not quite at length. I know the room is a little busy. He's going to be able to testify to some of those issues and why it's not an issue here. I also have here Jennifer Gage, who is the property owner, and she can testify as to some details of the business and answer any questions that the board has regarding the restaurant at issue. So unless the board has any preliminary questions, I would like to call up John Richardson to provide some testimony.
Can you please speak your name and spell it for our court reporter, please?
My name is John Richardson, JohnRichardson.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thanks, John. I think we're going to need our tech friends to help out here because we got a copy of our plan on the laptop. Oh, and by that I mean Diane. Oh. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's up.
Okay, we'll get it up there.
All right. John, do me a favor. Introduce yourself to the board. Tell them where you work.
My name is John Richardson. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Pennsylvania, and I work for Dumac Engineering.
All right. I'd be more than happy to go through Mr. Richardson's qualifications and experience and his prior times testifying as an expert here in Falls Township, unless the board would be willing to accept him as an expert in civil engineering.
He has testified as an expert here before? Is that what you said?
I
Yes,
believe
I
so.
have.
All right, thank you. John, did you and your office design the plans that the board has before them this evening?
We did.
All right. Before we get going on things, why don't you do me a favor and just walk everyone through what we're looking at?
Sure. So as Bryce had said, the existing building is essentially remaining where it is. There is currently an existing driveway that comes in about right here to a parking lot. The site has not been utilized in about a year and a half, is my understanding. As part of the project, we are proposing to create a driveway as far away from the intersection as possible along both Mill Creek and Fallsington Road. We will provide a parking lot for use of the restaurant and a drive-through around the existing building to be used as a drive-through, and then we propose a little outdoor dining area for use by the patrons of the restaurant.
Thanks, John. So first things first, why don't we talk about the main issue here, which is the drive-through. So with respect to this drive-through, how will that actually function as a practical matter on the property?
So someone wishing to place an order at the restaurant would enter the drive-through here and proceed through here. I'm assuming the location of ordering would probably be along here somewhere. And then they could proceed through. The location of pickup would be about right there. And then once they receive their food, they would then discharge back into the parking lot. We've located the drive-through kind of in the center of the site, and we've provided a longer drive-through than what the township ordinances require. The township ordinance requires a stacking distance of 6. We have no less than 10 within the drive-through and no less than 14 within the site before there would be any impacts to the surrounding roads.
And again, that's, I don't want to put words in your mouth here, but was that one of the main goals of this project for your design team here, is to try to minimize the risk of any potential stacking onto the roadways?
It was. We know that that can be an issue, and we didn't want to impede traffic on either road.
And with this particular design, in your opinion, will there be any issue of vehicles stacking back out of the drive-through into the site, through the site, and back onto either of those roadways?
I don't believe so, given the length of the stacking distance.
And again, we're not proposing Chick-fil-A here, right?
Correct.
Okay, just making sure. So in terms of other modifications we've made to help from an access perspective, I believe you touched on it when you were describing the site. The current driveway, where exactly is that located?
Current driveway is approximately right here.
No, I mean the current driveway on site?
Correct.
And we're moving that how so?
We're moving it away from the intersection. We're trying to give the maximum distance away from the intersection that the site can accommodate.
And again, that's to make sure that when vehicles are leaving the site or entering, you're maximally away from the intersection, away
Correct,
from any...
and that's to promote safety, obviously.
Gotcha. So, and we're doing the same in terms of locating the driveway on Falls and Tullytown Road, that side, as far away from the intersection as possible. Is that right?
Correct. Follow the same logic.
All right. And just to confirm, we're not proposing any actual changes to the roadway itself. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. And so with respect to specifically Mill Creek Parkway, we're not proposing any changes to the median there. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So if vehicles are leaving out or entering into that site or leaving out of that site, how are they already naturally restricted?
So due to the median in the road, any vehicles would be enter right and exit right only. There would be no left turns in.
So there's no risk of a vehicle going rogue and making a left-hand turn because you literally can't, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So let's discuss the actual variances at issue here tonight. Now, we're seeking 7 separate requests for relief, but I'm sure as you're going to be going through, they sound like a little bit more than they actually are. So let's talk about them individually. So the first one I have on my list is a variance to not require landscaping within the first 20 feet from the street line. Can you explain what that is and why we need it?
Sure. So the ordinance requires from the road right-of-way, back 20 feet is an area of landscaping, which includes lawn areas. We are actually complying with that with everything except for the drive-through and that area right there. We do not have that setback required. However, the location of the drive-through relative to the setback is dictated by the existing building.
Mm-hmm. And correct me if I'm wrong, but currently there's parking in some of the area that we're proposing for lawn space. So essentially it's already an existing condition. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So the second variance that we're looking for is to not require a 10-foot wide planting area between the property line and between the parking lots. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And again, is that an existing condition already on site?
It is an existing condition on site. And once again, there we're meeting it in most of the locations. The primary location where we're not meeting it is along this property line here, where the parking is close to the property line. And the neighboring property, it's not like it's some residential house or something like that. It here is a 7-Eleven. So it's an equivalent type use. It's not like we need significant buffering between our lot and theirs.
And they also have parking close to the property line as well. Is that right?
They do.
All right. So the third variance, which is related to the drive-through. The variance is the request to not have a drive-through bypass lane. Why in this particular case is that not necessary?
We don't believe it's necessary because, one, the volume of traffic, it's not like, as you said, a Chick-fil-A. And additionally, the length of the drive-through and the buffer room that we have on site, we believe alleviates the need for that.
Now, the fourth variance, this one relates to parking. So the ordinance requires 36 spaces, and we're proposing 28 spaces. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So from a practical standpoint here, we're proposing fewer spaces, but is that in light of the fact that we'll be using a drive-through for a decent amount of our service? Is that right?
Correct. So that should reduce the amount of on-site parking that would be required, because some customers would obviously be using the drive-through.
And you just said it. So a number of the vehicles, we're not expecting 20-plus vehicles to be parking there. A number of people coming in, be using the drive-through in lieu of the parking. Is that right?
That's correct.
And now, in your experience, is there much risk of having these 28 spaces ever fill up?
We don't believe so. Additionally, as you stated, this business is a business out in western Pennsylvania, and it is our understanding that the owner has been running that business for numerous years and is kind of familiar with the amount of traffic that he requires.
Well, in your discussions with both myself as well as the applicant, we're only going to have about 4 to 5 employees working at any given time on a standard shift. So that means there would still be between 23 and 24 parking spaces for customers, together with more than 10 spaces through the queue line. That's a lot of vehicles.
Correct.
And again, we're not Chick-fil-A. All right. So in your opinion, the request for fewer parking spaces, will that have some sort of a negative impact on traffic or circulation with respect to this property?
I don't believe so. Like we said, we believe the site has adequate parking. We don't anticipate anybody trying to park out on either road or anything like that. It's not like there's a real wide shoulder or a history of parallel parking on the road if that was something somebody would be inclined to do. But we don't think that would be a need, because we believe that we're providing an adequate amount of parking on site, especially considering the drive-through reduces the number of parking that would be required.
All right, perfect. So the next variance relates to not having a designated loading area or loading space. Can you explain why that's not applicable to this particular use?
So given the size of the restaurant and the type of use of the restaurant, loading can also be, isn't going to be a significant amount of loading will be occurring on the site. Additionally, considering that it's not a chain restaurant and it's individually owned, the site would be able to be controlled by the owner. It's not like they have to take deliveries as dictated by some corporate entity. So they can take delivery when they have low volume or not open at all.
Okay. So because of those multitude of reasons, a designated loading area or a loading space is just something that in this particular site is unnecessary, correct?
Correct. And once again, based on the applicant's previous experience.
Gotcha. The last 2 variances that we're asking for, those each relate to the outdoor eating space. So let's talk about the first one. That's to allow outdoor eating within 250 feet of a residential use instead of 500 feet. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. So there's about 2, I think it's 3, right? 3 residences that are within that 500 feet?
It is. The closest one is approximately 250 feet away on the other side of the 7-Eleven.
Right.
So any disturbance that the outdoor eating would impart to that resident would be negligible comparatively to the 7-Eleven. The other 2 are even further on the other side of that property, out to about 400 and 450 feet. So they're very near the 500 feet. And once again, they would be on the other side of the 7-Eleven and on the other side of the previous residence.
So with respect to each of those homes, any sound from someone eating 2 hot dogs and order French fries out on that patio, we have to go over the sound of Mill Creek Parkway, over the noise of the 7-Eleven, and potentially other residences to get to those residences, correct?
Correct.
And is that why we're asking for the variance?
We believe it's reasonable.
Okay. The last variance, I promise, last one, that also relates to the outdoor eating, and specifically it's a setback variance to allow front yard setback of 19.18 feet instead of 70 feet. Now this one I want to talk about a little bit. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we are not proposing any new building or any new structure within 19.18 feet of the front of the property. Is that right?
That is correct.
What is it exactly?
So we're not modifying the building or anything like that. The distance is from the edge of the outdoor eating to the right-of-way. In theory, because it's a use associated with a building, it would have to comply with the front yard setback. But in this case, we're only the noted 19.18 feet away. But once again, we're not building a gazebo or anything like that. It would just be an outdoor eating area with no roof or anything like that.
Gotcha. All right, so in total, these variances, essentially, they relate to either what are existing conditions on site, parking or loading concern or issues, or that small outdoor eating space in the drive-through loop, correct?
Correct.
Is there any reason, in your opinion, why any of this relief would be detrimental to the community if this board so happened to grant it this evening?
I do not believe so.
In your opinion, is this the minimum relief that we need to reasonably use this property?
Yes, I believe so.
All right. And as I mentioned before, with respect to the drive-through itself, we're not asking for any variance to use that tonight. That rather is a conditional use in this township. Is that right?
That is correct.
And for those who are unaware of what a conditional use is, that means that we have to file a separate application and appear before the Township Board of Supervisors, have the township engineer review our plans, and go through a whole separate process to ensure that the drive-through that your office designed is adequate. Is that right?
That is correct. In addition to the regular land development process that these plans will be submitted for.
So if there's any neighbors in the audience, or if the township has any questions on that, they don't have to take our word for it. This is going to go through a whole other rigorous evaluation by the township engineer to determine the safety of this and the appropriateness for this site. Is that correct?
That is correct. Additionally, I would like to add it will be subject to PennDOT review. Both roads that border the site are PennDOT. And given that we have a driveway out to both roads, we'll be subject to PennDOT review.
And if PennDOT makes any suggestions, or I say suggestion, if they tell us we have to make a change, you got to make that change. Is that right?
We will.
And if the township engineer, during his review, suggests any modifications, we have to make those modifications. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, in your opinion, is there any reason why the proposed project would be against the interests of anyone in the local area or the Falls Township community?
I don't believe so. In fact, I think it's a benefit. I think it's a neat little restaurant.
And you think it's going to work on this site?
I do.
Now, at one of our prior hearings, we did hear that there were concerns expressed by a neighboring property and business owner. Is that right?
That is correct.
And specifically, some of the concerns mentioned traffic regarding Route 13 and specifically an off-ramp. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Well, and generally traffic in the area, if I remember correctly. Would you be able to discuss that a little bit for me?
Sure. So we went back and we started looking at traffic in the area. And via Google Earth, you're able to pull up historical aerials. So we went back and we looked at how much traffic is actually at this intersection. I mean, I can drive by. I obviously don't live on the corner here, but I can drive by and you could say, well, maybe that day or that moment of time wasn't a busy day. So we try to get a good idea of how much traffic is in this area and parking. I know there was a concern about parking in the area in general, and that there was it was so filled in this area that people were running across the street and creating a safety concern. The following images were taken from Google Earth, and most of them show that the parking lots in the area and the intersection and the roads have a fairly low volume of traffic that they're currently conducting. This one's from June of '04, from August of '06, September of 2010, September of 2013, April of 2016, October of 2017, July of 2018, May of 2019, April of 2021, April of 2020, June of 2022, May of 2023, and February of this year.
So,
if you look through those slides, I think it's pretty evident that there's not a huge amount of overflow of traffic in regard to parking in the area, and it's not like it's a large stacking distance of vehicles on a regular basis trying to make those turns.
Do you think if this business, if this quick service establishment moves to that corner, is this business going to change that existing condition?
I don't believe so. The percentage of traffic that would be going to this location solely for this use comparatively to the amount of traffic on those two roads is negligible.
And again, no matter what we do on this little property, you know, if there's issues with parking on a neighboring parcel, or if there are issues with vehicles coming or going off certain on-ramps of nearby highways, that's not something that we can fix with this property. Is that right?
That is correct.
Now, this development, though, I'm going to ask you, is there any reason you can think of why this plan, if approved tonight, could lead to unsafe conditions with respect to traffic at the nearby intersection or on any of these nearby roadways?
Not that I'm aware of.
Is there any reason why this relief, if granted, would be detrimental to the health, safety, or welfare of Falls Township?
I don't believe so.
Thank you very much, John. I don't have any more questions right now, but I know that the board may, and I believe there may also be a party to the case and who may have questions as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any board comment for this gentleman?
I have one.
Okay, Bill?
For the delivery of food, so I guess in here you're asking for exemption of a area for that. The food being delivered, what, are you gonna pick that up yourself, or it's just small delivery?
Perhaps the applicant could address this additionally, but my understanding is that it's mostly small, and given that they are an independent, they can pick the time of their delivery, so it can be delivered outside of normal, we'll call it peak or busy business hours.
Yeah, if I may on that front, that's completely correct. The inventory is delivered, but we're not talking about, you know, big rigs here. It's smaller vehicles, and the benefit here is that because this is a small operation, because we're not bound by any agreements that a franchisor has or whatnot, we can arrange that ourselves. So obviously we'll be doing that on off-peak hours, and specifically hours where the business is not open.
All right, thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? I have a question. Now, the driveway, you're going to move over further away from the corner, so it's going to move over to the right side towards the 7-Eleven. Is that going to be an in and out?
That will be in and out, but once again, it'll be right in, right out only.
Okay, so you can only go make a right in, you can only make a right out.
Correct.
The one that's going to be on Fallsington-Tullytown Road, is that also an in and out?
We would like that to be a full service.
Okay.
And again, with respect to both accesses, we do need to go through PennDOT on this. So in terms of any recommendations or suggestions that PennDOT makes, we will obviously be complying with.
Do we have any other questions for this witness? Anything from the public? Would you please come forward?
My name is Deborah, D-E-B-R-A, Riccardi, R-I-C-C-A-R-D-I. I came here for another issue tonight.
You need to state your address, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. 46 New Pond Lane, which is the street right past the 7-Eleven. I was totally unaware of any of this. This is a very small property, and it is a very busy corner, with people coming off at 13, with people coming in and out of 7-Eleven, and, I'm sorry, there's a baseball field right there that is a very, very busy road. I am really concerned about how this is going to be. It's somewhat dangerous now. That road just dips down, and I just can't even imagine there being a fast food restaurant on that corner where people are going to be coming in and out on a very busy corner already. I understand what you're looking at, but I live there, and I see what it is all the time. And I
Ma'am?
just can't imagine a fast food
Ma'am?
restaurant being on that corner.
If you own that property, what would you do with it?
I wouldn't put a fast food restaurant where people are coming in and out nonstop. It's too busy of an area.
Like, you own the property, it's your property.
Okay.
What would you do?
What was there before was, it was a house at one time that was turned into a doctor's office, okay? That should be a residence. To me, that's what should be there. That driveway being moved over because that property, like I said, is not that big at all. That driveway being moved over by 7-Eleven, now you got people coming out of this restaurant and people coming out of 7-Eleven, and they're all going in the same direction. There's going to be many accidents on that corner.
But you get my point. You now own that property. You don't own the 7-Eleven. You don't owe anything to the 7-Eleven. You own the property. What do you owe to the 7-Eleven?
What I'm trying to say is I live right around the corner from that.
Yeah.
I see the firehouse is right across the street. There's a lot of traffic at the firehouse when there's events going on and stuff. That is a very busy area.
Yep.
Okay,
Fair enough.
to say
Yep.
that there's not traffic there and people coming off at 13, it's bad enough that people are just making their right-on reds everywhere, and that's a very busy corner. And now to put a restaurant that people are in and out of, I just see it as a major disaster.
So, obviously, we appreciate your insight as someone who lives in the area. And what I would say to that is, you know, like John mentioned, we do have to go through a few other separate reviews, including reviews by the Township Engineer, Township Traffic Engineer, and PennDOT. So we are aware that there is traffic in this intersection, much like many other intersections. But this is a commercial property, and so we're trying to do a commercial use, but this has got to go through a few separate reviews. So, you know, what I will say is those concerns will be addressed, and the township won't approve anything, no matter what happens here, no matter what this board does or does not do. There are still other approvals that we have to go through, and if we can't satisfy those, then we can't put a shovel in the ground and we can't do anything. So we understand your concerns, and so does the
Right.
township, and they will be addressed.
How many parking spots were you planning on putting in that parking lot?
28.
28 parking spaces. I can't even imagine that there could be 28 parking spots in that property.
Yeah.
But like I said, this is just my opinion. I am just really kind of upset right now because I just found out about all this as you started talking. And like I said, I'm a resident. I live right there. And I just think this is going to be a mess. So, thank you.
I would like to take this time to see if Roseanne Hartley is here. Is she here tonight?
And just for the record, Ms. Hartley was given party status last time this was heard, and we continued it. So
That
just wanna
is
see if
correct.
she- We just want to see if she was present to ask any questions.
Is there anybody else on the public who has questions for this witness? Please come forward. State your name and where you live.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ted Carroll, and I live at 160 Fallsington Tullytown Road, apartment H7.
Spell your last name, please.
It's Carroll. I just have a couple of questions and one comment. I guess I should start with the one comment, just for the board to be mindful of traffic, not as it relates to vehicle traffic, but pedestrian traffic. As I understand that the surrounding area will be subject to an expansion of the trail network. So I would just encourage the board to be mindful of that in making their determination. The second question I have relates to waste management on the site. As it concerns the surrounding area, there is an excess of refuse and rubbish and just general litter along Fallsington Tullytown Road across where I live, as well as on Route 13 and Mill Creek Parkway. So my question is just a general question of how you, as an operation, from an operations standpoint, how you would go about, taking care of any trash that's on site, and then address the other concern that I have about, as I understand it, there's going to be an outside eating area, so maybe just address those comments.
So just like any other business in the township, obviously litter is not allowed. The owner would be responsible for maintaining the property and preventing litter. Obviously, there will be outdoor trash cans, especially for the outdoor eating area. Obviously, there'll be trash cans inside. Additionally, the property as it stands now is not being utilized, and any property that's not being utilized tends to collect trash and litter. Therefore, by utilizing the site, it actually might reduce the amount of litter in the surrounding areas.
Thank you. The other question that I had pertained to hours of operation for the business. I don't know if you can answer that, or
I'll defer to the owner on that one.
Yeah, well, Ms. Gage will be testifying in a moment, and we'll cover hours of operation, days of operation, employees, all that.
Thank you.
So at this point, the applicant would like to call Ms. Gage to provide some brief testimony to clarify a few minor issues.
Please state your name and spell it and be sworn in, please.
Jennifer Gage, Jennifergage.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Good evening, Jennifer. What's your do me a favor, introduce yourself to the board and tell them where you live.
My name's Jennifer Gage. I live in Falls Township in Thornridge.
And you're the owner of this property?
Yes.
And it's you and your dad who are intending to bring the restaurant To and a Fry to this location, is that right?
Yes, correct.
Now, I don't want to beat a dead horse here, so you heard all the statements I made to the board to start this application?
Yes.
Did you understand those statements?
Yes, I do.
Were they true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, they were.
Would you be willing to adopt those statements as your testimony here tonight?
I would.
Okay, so a few other minor questions with regard to the business. So it's going to be run by you and your family, is that right?
Correct.
And specifically, 2 of your children are going to be managers at the business, right? Yes?
Yes.
Now, the business itself, you're going to try to model it after your father's business out in Monongahela, is that right?
Correct.
Well, what days is that business open?
It's currently open 6 days a week, all days except Sundays.
All right. And in terms of hours, what are its hours of operation?
10 to 7.
And in terms of employees, about how many employees are generally working at that location on any shift?
He typically has 3 to 4.
And you're expecting about that maybe 1 extra, give or take?
Correct.
And again, some of those employees are going to be family and some will be actually hired local residents, essentially, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to your business, one last thing I want to point out. What's your name mean, To and a Fry?
Say that every.
What's the name mean? Where does it come from?
Mean? That means my dad currently sells 2 hot dogs, French fries, and a soda for $5. That's kind of his trademark.
And you plan to bring that here too?
Yes, we do.
Including the price point?
Including the price point, yes.
Okay, I don't have any other
He
questions.
hasn't changed that since 2015, I believe, is when he opened,
Even with inflation, no changes?
even with inflation.
All right, just making sure. Prices may change if things worsen, but for now, we're not committing ourselves to any condition. I'm going to lawyer that one. I don't have any more questions for Jennifer. The board
Does any
might.
of the board have any questions for Jennifer? Do any of the people in the public have any questions? Would you like to come forward, please? You need to state your name and spell it and your address, please.
Edward Mathias, M-A-T-T, I'm sorry.
Last name again, I'm sorry.
Edward Mathias, M-A-T-T-H-I-A-S, 45 Pear Tree Lane. I don't have a question, just something I was thinking about, would probably reserve. You have people coming out of 7-Eleven making a left. You got people coming out making a right from here. Could be an issue, running each other. Also, you're probably going to have people coming out of here trying to make a U-turn where the median separates. So that might be an issue that you want to address or think about anyway. But, I'm all for new businesses, but, not at the people getting hurt by, crazy drivers. That was it, really.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who has any questions at this point? I don't see anything. Do we have anything from the township? Matt?
Not at this time.
Thank you. Do you have anything else that you would like to present at this time?
No.
Okay. Do I have a motion for this petition?
I've got a motion. I move that the application of Jennifer Gage and James Pellicero requesting the following dimensional variances from the following sections of the Falls Township zoning ordinance be granted to allow a fast food restaurant. 1, Section 209-22.f to not require the first 20 feet from the street line to be landscaped. 2, Section 209-23E8A1 to not require a drive-through bypass lane. 3, Section 309, 34E and K, Section 209, 48, 3L1, to permit an accessory use to be located within the front yard and to have a front yard setback of 19.18 feet where 70 feet is otherwise required. 4, Section 209, 42B1, to not require a 10 feet wide planting area between the off-street parking area and any lot line or street line. 5, Section 209, 42H26, to allow 28 parking spaces where 36 spaces would otherwise be required. 6, Section 209, 42I, to not require a designated space area for loading and unloading. And 7, Section 209, 48, 3L2, to permit an outdoor dining area within 250 feet of a residential use where 500 feet would otherwise be required. At the property located at 8025 Mill Creek Parkway, Levittown, PA 19054, as depicted on the plans and in accordance with the testimony presented to the zoning hearing board.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Erin, can you please pull the board?
Bill?
I'm sorry, yes.
Nastasha?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
I'm a yes.
And I'm a no. Your petition has been granted. You'll be receiving something from the township.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
We would like to take a break at this time. We're going back on the record now. We're going to do petition number 7, which was continued from March 12th, 2024. Laundry Properties LLC, 316-320 West Trenton Avenue in Morrisville, Pennsylvania, 19067. TMP number 13-035-030 and number 13-035-031. Zoned NC, requesting the following variances. Section 209-22.b to allow a self-storage facility use, retail use, and expansion of a residential use. Section 209-22.f.2 to permit parking areas to be 14.69 feet from any street line instead of the required 20 feet. And Section 209-42.h to permit 15 parking spaces instead of the required 56 parking spaces. Mr. McGinnis.
Hello, good evening. Mike McGinnis from Begley Carlin here on behalf of the applicant this
Can you
evening.
speak into the mic a little bit more? I'm sorry.
Mike McGinnis from Begley Carlin here tonight on behalf of the applicant, Laundry Properties LLC.
Yes, Madam Chair, if we can mark the application for zoning ordinance appeal as ZHB1 along with the accompanying statement in support. 2 will be the notification letters to Mr. McGinnis. The first one was January 30th. Second one was March 25th, providing notice of tonight's meeting. There's also one from March 4th. 3 will be proof that the property was posted as required. 4 will be the proof of publication in the Bucks County Courier-Times. 5 will be a series of pictures in regards to the proposed structure submitted by the applicant. 6 will be plans. In the corner says Dumac Engineering. 7 will be a letter from Mr. McGinnis requesting continuance of this matter. That letter was dated February 13th. 8 will be an additional letter from Mr. McGinnis in regards to the continuance. That letter was dated March 12th, 2024. I've been provided by Mr. McGinnis a certification of service that I'll mark as A1 if he doesn't have any pre-marked exhibits.
I do not.
And Madam Chair, I'm satisfied the appropriate notices have been satisfied. This matter can proceed.
Thank you, Keith.
All right, thank you. Good evening. Again, Mike McGinnis from Begley Carlin here on behalf of Laundry Properties LLC. Laundry Properties is the owner of 2 parcels in the township, 316 and 320 West Trenton Avenue. I do want to make a note at the outset, a very small revision. The plan that we had circulated had a notation regarding one of the existing structures that was going to remain was going to be for an office use. We're going to go through this in greater detail momentarily, but that building is currently being utilized for a single-family detached residence. It is not being modified in any way in terms of structural improvements, but our intent is for that to remain as a single-family detached residence. So the effect of that, which we'll get into, is to reduce the parking variance. There are no site modifications, but one of the variances that we're requesting is parking relief. Our actual need in terms of relief is significantly reduced to 26 spaces based upon what the original application was. So we'll cover that as part of our testimony. It's not a substantive amendment. It's the continuation of an existing use on the only structure that would remain as part of this application. I did just want to cover that briefly at the outset. As I stated, my client is the owner of 2 contiguous properties in the township, which we are proposing to develop and consolidate. The properties are zoned in the neighborhood commercial district and aggregate to a bit over 1.5 acres. They are located between and I don't know if my screen is shareable. We have a couple plans up. So this site is located between a laundromat and a small commercial complex. There are 4 structures in various states of disrepair on the property currently. So if you're looking into the site presently, you have the elongated property to the left. If you're facing the property from Trenton Avenue, that is improved with a single-family detached dwelling and an accessory structure to the rear. If you're looking at the property to the right, that is also improved with a single-family detached dwelling and an accessory structure to the rear. The single-family detached dwelling to the right at various times has had a commercial small office component to it. That is the building that I addressed at the outset, where we were planning on utilizing that for office purposes, but that is going to remain as a single-family residence. The other 3 structures on this site are going to be demolished as part of our proposal, and then we're going to walk through what we're proposing this evening in a second. This is the proposed site plan, but then I did want to, I think this is a better image here. This is a architectural rendering, which I'll go here, and then a street view, and then a secondary street view showing what we're hoping to develop at the end of this process, post-zoning, and then post-Falls Township development and supervisors' presentations. So the building on the far right, to orient the board, this is the residential structure that would remain, and then the other 3 structures on the existing site would be deleted. And then what we're proposing to build is a bit atypical, but we think is in greater keeping with the surrounding community and the intent of the neighborhood commercial district. So we're looking to build a small storage facility, but in conjunction with a relocated sort of mixed retail residential use on the property post-consolidation. So it's going to function as a mixed use of sorts. Sometimes when you think of a mixed use, you think of a couple large structures. This is mixed use in the sense that there are going to be multiple buildings that have a variety of uses. We went through, I would say, fairly substantial development and design efforts. We submitted different iterations to the township because we wanted to design this correctly and illustrate to the board as part of our development that we are going to design this in an aesthetic manner that's in keeping and we think a benefit to the community. So if you're looking into the site from Trenton Avenue, based on the way we are designing this, you can see with the structures to the front, the storage units to the rear are not going to be visible from the road. And then you have a significant vegetated buffer to the rear that separates this from any of the properties behind the site. So in terms of the storage use, that is not visible. And then you will have the building in the middle here, which will have a small retail component on the first floor with 2 one-bedroom apartments on top of it. And then the building to the left of it also would have a small retail component with 2 one-bedrooms on top of that as well. So the end result of this project, if it is hopefully approved and moves forward through the township, would be a redesign of the site, a consolidation of 2 elongated lots into 1 larger parcel that has a mixed-use component, storage that is functionally shielded both from the frontage and to the rear. You'll have about 2,300 square feet of retail space. What we're looking for and what Mr. Marazzo, who's with me as the principal of the property, is going to testify to is the market for that is a very small boutique operation, like, for example, an appointment-based barber shop, right? Which works in concert in terms of the use from a parking standpoint with the residential use. So we're very confident that we have a sufficient number of parking spaces. We do need relief with respect to the use, but again, I would submit that the use is already non-conforming. There has been a hybrid historically on this site between commercial and residential use. This proposal is going to be more in keeping, although not perfectly in keeping, with the neighborhood commercial district and is a reasonable development considering the current site configurations. The only other variance that we need associated with the use relates to the location of the property, which is approximately 5 feet from the property line, which I would suggest is largely de minimis. So what I would like to do is call Mr. Marazzo up to give you a bit of background about who he is, the current condition on the site, what he's proposing, and then have Mr. Richardson from Dumac Engineering do a bit of an overview from an engineering standpoint, and then we'd be happy to answer any questions the board would have. All right. go back to maybe this plan.
Please state your name and spell it for our court reporter and get sworn in.
It's Daniel Marazzo, Marrazzo.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Marazzo.
Oh, yeah.
Are you the owner of the two subject properties which are before the board for consideration this evening?
I am.
Okay. And you're the managing member of the entity that is the applicant in this matter, is that correct?
I am.
All right. Can you give the board a bit of personal background about who you are and your history, both generally with respect to development and in particular with respect to the township?
I've worked in Falls Township for probably 40 years. I've done a bunch of residential renovations and construction on early in my career. I rebuilt Sylvie Concrete when it caught on fire. I worked on both of the houses that one of which will be demolished. I built a laundromat to the left and the right of this property. One I ran for over 22 years. The one to the left I was in for 5, and that was in Menino's shopping center. And then I moved on to a larger
Can you
facility.
speak into the mic? I'm sorry.
Sorry. And so I've been involved in a construction business for, like I said, 45 years in the township, generally in this neighborhood.
Okay. And you, actually, before I get to this, can you give the board a bit of background about the current condition of the improvements on the two properties that were before the board to discuss?
Well, the house to the left, as you look into the property, is in a state of disrepair. The garage that's behind it is kind of fallen down. There was about 3-4 years ago a chiropractic office that was in a residential building. That was kind of cluttered, and the township had issues with that. We've corrected it.
That was to the building to the right, if you're looking.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
And then the garage in the back of the right-hand building collapsed in a snow situation, and we rebuilt that to an operating garage.
Okay, so before we get into what you're proposing and why you're proposing it, the end result of any development would be the deletion of 3 of the structures that currently exist on these two properties. Is that correct?
That's correct. Three are removed, 1 remains.
Okay, and particularly the residential structure that you testified to, which is somewhat dilapidated, on the left, looking in from the road, that would be demolished. The accessory structure to the rear would be removed, and then the accessory structure to the rear of the home on the right would also be removed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The home on the right, did you make any significant investments in terms of rehabilitation, repair, and fit-out work to that property?
Yeah, it was in state of disrepair. We've got it to the point where it's a operating clean, neat house at this point, where before it was kind of in shambles.
Okay. And it's currently occupied, is that correct?
It is, yes. It's
okay.
right.
And I made a statement at the outset that we were making a minor amendment with the intent for that structure to remain as a single-family detached dwelling. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Provide the board, please, a bit of background about what you are proposing this evening and why you're proposing it.
Well, we're proposing a self-storage facility in the rear that's kind of masked by about 2,200 square feet of structure in front of it. The house would remain as you've heard. Parking, we've provided out front. And self-storage typically doesn't have a lot of traffic. People come, store their product or their belongings, and they leave. So we don't believe that it's going to be a traffic issue as well.
Okay. How did this retail residential combination use, come into being in terms of a thought for this site?
Well, across the street is a residential neighborhood, so we tried to match that. And on our side of the street, there's a shopping center to our right and a laundromat to our left, and then it becomes commercial all the way through Burger King to another shopping center a little further up. So to the left of our property, it becomes heavily commercial. But across the street, has residential capabilities, and so we kind of wanted to like match both if we could.
Okay. So I gave an example to the board regarding a local, more boutique, what I'm calling boutique retail use. Can you explain some, ideas, if you have any idea of what that might look like? Something, I'm assuming, fairly limited in scope that would be a nice amenity to the community here.
Well, after hearing testimony, I know it's not going to be a drive-through restaurant, obviously, because of its size and lack of popularity, but typically it might be a hair and nail facility, could be a barber shop. With 2,200 square feet, you really can't bring a whole lot into that. It would pretty much be like you've heard, like boutique residential, or boutique commercial, I'm sorry.
Okay. And that would be with the 4 additional units?
Yes, upstairs.
All right. Why storage here in terms of the demand?
Well, there's a tremendous demand in the area. There's a tremendous amount of apartments in the surrounding area, and this would probably be the closest facility to all the apartments that are along Trenton Avenue. And it kind of works from a demographic standpoint.
Okay. So I wanted to spend a second talking about the rendering that we have in front of you. We went through months of design and architectural renderings and submissions to try to make sure that this was designed appropriately for the township. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's your intention, if this is improved, to develop product that's substantially similar with what's on the screen and the other renderings that we've supplied the zoning hearing board for consideration tonight. Is that true?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. And as part of that, we're discussing, as we've covered tonight, a functional visual buffer from the street in terms of structures. So somebody driving on Trenton is going to see nice new buildings when they pass the property, and then somebody on either side is going to see a significant natural buffer in addition to likely fencing as part of this process. Is that true?
That's correct.
Okay. So there would be no visible visual impact with this development other than the nice new structures that you would see from Trenton?
That's correct.
All right. And then on the back end of this, right now you have 2 sort of elongated, non-conforming properties. The intent as part of the development process would be to consolidate these parcels into one property to bring it further into conformity with the township regulations. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you're willing to comply with the township, certainly any of the review letters, stormwater management ordinances, and any reviews associated with the development application. Is that right?
That's typical, yes.
Okay. I have nothing further at this time for Mr. Marazzo.
Do I have any board comment at this time?
No comment.
So you mentioned storage, like, why storage? And we get this question from the community a lot. Like, really, we need more storage facilities? There's really this much demand? And you said something interesting. You said, given the number of apartments that are being built or that exist, that this correlates with storage. So help us just educate me.
It's an interesting, dynamic. I mean, not everybody that has apartments necessarily has self-storage, but with the way that people, hoard things today, there's not enough room in houses or apartments, especially apartments, because it just doesn't fit. And so, some of the mentality, and this is just from industry standards, is that people think they're going to use it sometime and they never do. And believe it or not, people that rent self-storage facilities typically don't stop doing it, and the visitation is kind of limited, and there isn't an influx, of new things and an outflux of things that they don't need. It's kind of like a bunch of, if you'll excuse me, a bunch of junk that gets stored and kind of gets forgotten, and that's really the concept that the whole industry is kind of built on. Now there are people that might keep a car there. And they don't forget about the car. They'll take it out on a Sunday and bring it back, and you know, they're good till the next week. But a lot of it is inactivity as far as just people that have stuff, if you will, and they don't have anywhere to put it.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any other questions from the board? Bill, anything?
No, I have none.
Okay. Is there anybody from the public who has any questions for this gentleman at this point? I don't see anything. Anything from the township?
Nothing from the township.
Thank you very much. You can continue.
Thank you. Just briefly with Mr. Richardson.
State your name, state your full name and spell it, please.
John Richardson, JohnRichardsson.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, good evening, Mr. Richardson.
Good evening.
Can you please state where you're employed?
My name is John Richardson. I work for Dumac Engineering, as previously stated tonight. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Pennsylvania for 23 years.
Okay, I know Mr. Richardson has been recognized as an expert by this board, so I would like to submit him as an expert in civil engineering, please. All right, thank you. Mr. Richardson, please just briefly, well, first of all, did you prepare the plan that's before the board for consideration tonight?
I did.
Okay. Can you just briefly walk through the existing conditions of the site and then compare them to what we're proposing as part of this development?
As previously said, there's 4 existing buildings on the site, even though they're hard to see here in mixing with some of the trees, but there's an existing building there, and there. Additionally, there's existing 2 driveways, one here and one there that function for the driveway, or for the buildings. The site predominantly slopes from the rear corner out towards Trenton Road.
All right, and then can you juxtapose that with what we are proposing tonight, please?
So what we're proposing is to eliminate the 1 driveway, eliminate 3 of the existing buildings. We're proposing to keep the 1 and utilize it as a dwelling. There'll be apartments and retail in these front of these 2 buildings, and then the 3 buildings in the rear, hidden from the road via the front facade, will be self-storage. We're proposing in the rear a 25-foot wide buffer. Behind our site is Castle Cabins Apartments, I believe it's called. It's an existing apartment building. So we're providing a 25-foot buffer along that property line. On either side of our property is existing commercial uses, which don't really require as much buffering. As part of our project, we would be providing stormwater management for the increased impervious surface. Most likely that'll be handled with some kind of BMP along the side here, and then most likely a underground dry well in the front consisting of stone storage underground to manage the increase in runoff.
All right. And right now, these are 2 fairly elongated parcels, is that correct?
That is correct. As part of the project, we'll be combining those. The parcel on the left has a lot to depth ratio of 6:1, which is well outside of good design. The parcel on the right has a width to depth ratio of 3:1, which is also outside of good design. As a result of the project, combining the lots will result in this, which is a ratio of 2:1, which is well within good design.
Okay. Can you cover the board briefly our front yard variance and why we have it designed that way?
Sure. So the front yard variance is for the parking. The parking is kind of dictated in some ways by the existing building. We're trying to align it so it looks cohesive with the existing building. The requirement is 20 feet, and we're at 14.69, so essentially 15 feet. I would note that there is other parking lots up and down the street that vary all the way down to 10 feet. So we are more than some of the existing parking along the street, and I would make the argument that we're right in the general nature of the distance from the street line to the parking comparatively to existing uses.
Okay. And then you would affirm for the board the representation at the outset regarding the retention of the existing structure as a residential structure would reduce our parking requirement on site such that it would be 26 spaces rather than what the application stated. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then the other variance that we are seeking relates to the use, which Mr. Marazzo already covered. And as we stated, there has been a history of a mixed use, but a non-conforming use on the site that we are attempting to develop in a mixed use capacity, as has been testified to this evening. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And with your knowledge of the surrounding area, do you believe that this use is in keeping with the other commercial and residential uses that are around Trenton Avenue?
I do.
Okay. And do you believe that this is the minimum relief necessary to facilitate this development?
I do.
All right. I have nothing further for Mr. Richardson.
Do I have any board comment?
I have a couple. So your parking spaces are going to be 26 now?
No, we have 15 parking spaces on site. What I was stating was the application, the ratio in the application in terms of the relief we need is reduced significantly by retaining the building in a residential capacity as opposed to proposing it as office. So I was just clarifying in the event that the board was inclined to grant relief, that the relief we need is less than the relief that we sought pursuant to the original application.
And
so
the current
the original application says you want 15 spaces instead of 56. So what would that change be?
The change was a combination of the change in use of the front building, and additionally, the ideal or utilization of the retail spacing changed substantially. There was a concept at one point where it would require up to 25 employees in that area. With the boutique resident or retail as envisioned now, that obviously is not needed, and a number of employees went from 25 to 5.
There's no scenario looking at the site when you're talking about approximately 2,000 square feet of retail space, understanding what 2,000 square feet of retail space is. That space at any given time is not going to have, more than 5 employees. It's just not practical. It's not realistic, and it won't happen.
All right, so what are you asking for? Still continue 15, but your 56 requirement will go down?
The current plan and the modified application, I believe, proposes 15 spaces, and the required is 26.
Oh, okay. My second question is impervious surface. So you're going to meet the impervious surface required by the township?
We will. By the zoning ordinance, the allowable maximum impervious surface is 70%, and the current plan is envisioned as 68.25%. So we're approximately 2% below the allowable.
Oh, I thought the impervious surface was less than 70 now. Matt, is that correct?
I'm looking at the plan right now. Yeah, it is correct.
All right, so he's allowed 70%. Okay. Thank you. All right, that's all I had.
Thank you, Bill. Aaron?
So because a lot of numbers just got thrown around there about parking. So in the original, I think I got it, but let me just repeat it for everyone else. In the original application, it was to permit 15 parking spaces instead of a required 56. The amendment is that the requirement is no longer 56 because there's not going to be a commercial business, it's going to be residential. So the 56 drops to 26, I think you said?
I think 3 things happened,
Yeah,
not to
okay.
confuse it further.
Yeah.
But the big picture is the plan is the
It's
same.
still 15.
It's the same. What
15
you got
spaces,
is the
yeah.
same plan
Yeah.
in terms of the layout. So
Yeah.
it's identical. It's 15 spaces.
Yeah.
When the calculation was done initially as part of the application, there was a notation of 56 spaces being required. We looked at that after submission and said the reality is we were going to show up and say it's actually only 44 spaces. That was going to be the first thing. Then we had a conversation and said, well, Mr. Marazzo made a fairly significant expenditure to renovate the one principal residential structure. It's currently occupied. It makes sense, given the dynamics of the site, to leave that structure the way it is.
Residential, not office.
Instead of office.
Yep.
The office count was significantly higher because of the square footage in terms of what would be necessary as compared to the residential. So then reducing it or modifying it from office to residential further reduced the requirement in the ordinance. And then the last thing that happened was, I think any sort of spec development you have, whether it's warehouse, I don't care, a lot of municipalities for warehouse development are premised just on employee count. And you have to estimate the number of employees that are associated with a spec warehouse development. This was similar, where I think there was a placeholder that was put in that just said, we may have this number of employees from a retail standpoint, which also inflated the parking count. When you actually look at and think what 2,000 square feet of retail is very small. It is
Boutique
It's a
sales
boutique.
place.
It is like maybe a flower shop. Maybe it's a barber shop. There is not a world, and it's not. I'm self-interested, but it's true. There's no world where there's 25 employees that are there for that space. So when you combined all three of those in tandem, we said the actual true parking requirement is 26. We still need relief for it. The plan hasn't changed, but all of that came together to reduce the extent of the relief with the application.
Sure. And as the potential tenant that, I'm going to be the barbershop owner, I want to have parking for all the people that are going to come get their haircut.
Correct. And the last point, so yes, two things. One, any tenant coming in is not going to come to a site if they don't think the layout works. That's A. B, the usefulness of a hybrid retail residential in one site is it is a sort of a congruent use from a parking standpoint. So if you have a barber shop, the people that are going to be there that are going to take up parking spaces are going to be taking up parking spaces throughout the day. And the people with the residential use, hopefully, are going to be at a job, and then they're going to come back at night.
Yeah. Got it. Thank you.
I have a question for you. You mentioned that you were going to have apartments. How many apartments did you say you were going to have?
4.
4?
4.
1 bedroom, 2 bedroom?
4 one-bedroom
4 one-bedrooms.
above the retail.
Okay. And with the storage unit in the back, I'm seeing that the egress is, if I'm looking directly at it from Trenton Road, the left, and I am assuming it goes around that building in the back? Because it looks like you have 3 different breaks where you can go back to the storage facilities.
Correct. The driveways loop around all of the 3 of the buildings. 2 of the buildings have access on essentially 3 of the 4 sides, and the 1 building has access on the frontage of the parking lot or the driveway.
How many storage units are you projecting with this?
We have not broken them up internally. Perhaps the owner.
Approximately how many are you thinking?
About 62, depending on the size.
So with the 4 apartments that you are proposing that are 1 bedroom, could be 2 people in there, right? So that's 2 cars each, right? So that's 8.
The requirement is 7 spaces for the 4 one-bedroom.
Okay. All right, I don't have any other questions at this time. Does anybody else have any questions? Does the township have any questions?
No questions.
Thank you. Is there anybody from the public who has any questions regarding this? Please state your name and where you live.
Amy Ransley, 290 Yardley Avenue. I just wanted to go on to say that, again, 8 cars or 7 cars for 2 apartments, plus the employees, plus the customers. I don't think 15 spots is enough for that many people.
Is there anybody else from the public who wishes to say something at this time? I do not see anybody. Do we have a... Okay. Do you have anybody else you would like to present to us, Mr. McGinnis?
I do not, thank you. For your consideration.
Do I have a motion for this petition?
application of Laundry Properties Appreciate that. I move that the application of Laundry Properties LLC requesting the following variances from the following section of the Falls Township zoning ordinance be granted. Section 20922B, Section 20922F2, Section 20942H. As depicted on, at the property located at 316 to 320 West Trenton Avenue, Marsville, PA 19067, as depicted on the plans and in accordance with the testimony presented to the zoning hearing board.
Do I have a
I'll
second?
second it.
Thank you, Bill. Aaron, will you please pull the board?
Bill,
Yes.
Nastasha,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
I'm a yes.
And I'm also a yes. You'll be receiving something from the township. Thank you.
We have a quick change in the agenda here. Due to an unforeseen matter, Mr. McGinnis has asked that his application for Al and Mary Episcopo be bumped down, so therefore we will be handling the Brian Brzezinski matter right now. No, it's the Al and Mary Episcopo matter is not being continued. It's just going to be taken out of order.
So instead of being number 8, it's going to be number 10. So petition number 8 is Brian Brzezinski, 654 Lincoln Highway, Fairless Hills, Pennsylvania, 19030. TMP number 13-014-2, TMP number 13-014-231, Zone HC, requesting the following variances. Section 209-23.b, to permit an apartment condominium use, parentheses, mid to high-rise, 3-story maximum, close parentheses. Section 209, comma, table 4, to permit a front yard setback of 64.07 feet along Trenton Avenue, and a front yard setback of 81.63 feet along Lincoln Highway instead of the required 100 feet. The latter request is a reduction in an existing nonconformity, parentheses, existing front yard setback along Lincoln Highway is 35.53 feet, close parentheses, to not require a 25-foot buffer along a residential district, to permit a maximum impervious surface coverage ratio of 75.42%, where a maximum allowable is 70%. Section 209-23.h, parentheses 2, to permit the parking area to be 3.58 feet from property line instead of the required 10 feet and 6.05 feet from any street line instead of the required 30 feet. Section 209-38.1.e, parentheses 2, to not require a buffer yard along the NCR district existing nonconformity in parentheses. Section 209-42.b, parentheses 1, to not require this clustered planting of dense plant material not less than 4 feet in height and 10 feet in width between the off-street parking areas and any lot line. And Section 209-42.h, parentheses 2, parentheses a, parentheses 1, and parentheses 4, to permit 168 parking spaces instead of the required 248 spaces, with up to 86 of those spaces placed in reserve. Good evening.
Good evening, board members. Tim Duffy from Hillwallock on behalf of the applicant, Brian Brzezinski.
And Keith?
Yes, Madam Chair, we'll mark the application for zoning ordinance appeal ZHB1 along with the accompanying exhibit list and a hardship letter. 2 will be proof that the property was posted as required. 3 will be notice to Mr. Duffy in regards to this application for tonight's meeting. That letter was sent from Falls Township dated March 25th, 2024. 4 will be a zoning plan submitted by the applicant. 5 will be proof of publication in the Bucks County Courier Times showing this matter was published March 26th and then again April 2nd, 2024. Mr. Duffy has previously provided a certification of service, which I reviewed prior. Since you have pre-marked exhibits, your last one is A2.
Correct.
So I can mark that as A3 to certification of service.
Very good.
Great. With that, Madam Chair, I'm satisfied the appropriate notice have been satisfied. This matter can proceed.
Thank you, Keith.
Good evening. As the board may recall, we were here at your February meeting with an application seeking variances for our project at 654 Lincoln Highway. The application at that time was denied, and one of the biggest issues we heard at that time was concern over the height of the property. So what Brian did is we went back to the drawing board and lowered the building by a floor. So instead of it being a four-story buildings, they're now only 3 stories. In light of the fact that we were just here 2 months ago and provided detailed testimony, and given the fact that you have 2 other applications after us, and it's almost 10 o'clock, I'm going to summarize the testimony that both Brian and our engineer Heath Dumack would give, have them affirm it, and then have them, if you have any questions, you can ask them at that time. Mr. Brzezinski, this will be with his testimony. He's under contract to purchase the property at 654 Lincoln Highway, tax parcel number 13-14231. Brian was raised here in Falls Township and owns a construction company that's also located in the township. This property had been the Lincoln Garage, owned by Gene Bellardo, for many years. It's been closed for many years, and it's now completely run down. It's overgrown. There are car tires strewn throughout the property, and it's a complete eyesore. And here are some of the site photos, and Exhibit A1 also contains site photos as well. The redevelopment of properties such as this is something that Brian is particularly interested in, and it's something that this property badly needs. And that redevelopment project is an over 55, age-restricted residential condominium community, not apartments. These are going to be owner-occupied. The project proposes 2 buildings. There'll be 3 stories each, not 4. There'll be a total of 90 units, 48 in the one closer to Lincoln Highway, and 42. Where's the bridge? Not showing up. Lincoln Highway is to the left, and the one to the right near Trenton Road is 42 units. And again, we removed one of those stories in response to concerns raised by the neighbors. We're proposing 168 parking spaces, and when I summarize Heath's testimony, we'll get into that detail. Other uses that are considered that would have been permitted by right include fast food restaurants or a Starbucks, a strip center. And in the planning and evaluation phase of that project, and again, Heath's testimony will go into more detail, but in the planning and evaluation of those other uses, it was determined that they're far too intense, far too much traffic for this area. Because although this is owned for commercial uses, the property butts a residential neighborhood directly to the west along Oak Lane. It's also directly across the street from Vermilion Hills in Levittown. Approximately a quarter mile to the east is Main Street of Fallsington, and less than a quarter mile to the west is the Avonroe residential community, and we're also immediately adjacent to a church. Despite being located in such immediate proximity to residential neighborhoods, your zoning ordinance arbitrarily prohibits residential uses on this property, even though it's nestled with other residential units. And even though the residential use on this property will have much less adverse impact upon the other residential neighborhoods in the district. Given the further testimony of Brian would be that given the unique location of this property adjacent to residential properties and its need for redevelopment, given its current condition, the arbitrary HC zoning prevents the site from being developed with a use that has an appropriate as opposed to an adverse impact upon neighboring properties without a use variance. The residential use that we're proposing Brian would testify, will not alter the essential character of this neighborhood, again, given the number of neighborhoods around it. It has residential uses abutting it. It's right near a church. And also given the fact that there's been a reduction in the height in response to concerns raised by other neighbors, it's Brian's testimony will not have an adverse impact upon the property, upon the neighboring properties. And with that, I'm just going to ask Brian, I don't know if you need to swear them. You want to swear both he and Heath?
Just state your full name and spell it, please.
Brian Brzezinski, Brzezinski.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
So Brian, did you hear and understand what I just told the board? And what I told the board, is that true and correct to the best of your knowledge and information?
Yes.
And would you adopt what I just summarized there as your own testimony if we were to go through question by question?
Yes.
I have no further questions or testimony from Mr. Brzezinski. If the board has questions, otherwise I'll summarize Mr. Dumac's testimony. I'm sorry? Okay. Go right into Heath.
I have questions. It's up to us now.
Sure, Bill, go ahead.
All right. So on these parking spaces, if you have, how many dwellings are going to be in there? Or I mean, how many resident homes are going to be in there?
Actually, this may be a question that might be better suited for Heath, Bill. Would you mind?
Whoever wants to answer it.
Well, we were just about to start Heath's testimony, and we can have him address it.
Hey, Bill, can we wait until we hear the engineering
Oh,
testimony?
all right.
Thank you.
Yes, I-
Thank you. I think that's off. Okay, thank you. Our second witness would be Heath Dumac, registered engineer. He's been recognized by this board on numerous occasions before as an expert, as he was previously in our case, and we would ask that you do the same this time around. Mr. Dumac would testify and identify as unique physical characteristics of this property, that it's long but narrow and with frontage on two different streets, thereby subjecting it to two front yard setbacks. The narrowness coupled with required setbacks are unique physical characteristics of the property, which impair its ability to be redeveloped in a manner consistent with and not adverse to neighboring residential properties without these dimensional variances. Before getting into those dimensional variances, his testimony would also support Brian's testimony with regard to the need for a use variance. Heath would testify that using traffic counts as determined by ITE, which is the Institute for Transportation Engineers, which is standard in the industry, permitted uses such as the fast food restaurants that were considered could generate up to 10,000 trips per day, as opposed to only 400 for the residential use proposed. Heath would also testify that this project, because it fronts on two state highways, will be required to get highway occupancy permits from PennDOT. There were concerns raised at the last hearing about the impact that traffic flows would have upon...
Mr. Duffy, can I stop you for 1 second?
Sure.
The court reporter needs a second.
I'm sorry.
All right, Mr. Duffy, sorry.
Not at all. Not sure where we were, but I'll start with is that, again, Mr. Dumac's testimony will be that because both Lincoln Highway and Trenton Road are state highways, we will need highway occupancy permits for both of them. And there were concerns raised by residents previously about the impact that traffic flows from this site would have upon traffic on those two roadways. And that will be subject to further review by PennDOT's engineers as well as the land development process. Mr. Dumac would support the testimony that Brian gave as to the adverse impact that these other considered uses would have, noting that uses such as a convenience store, bar, hospital, brew pub, all which are permitted here, would have greater adverse impact than the residential use that we're proposing. Turning to the dimensional variances that we're requesting here, without which we can't redevelop this property that's in need of redevelopment in a way that will not adversely impact the adjacent residential neighborhoods. The first one is under Section 209, Table 4, front yard setback for the buildings. Along Trenton Avenue or Trenton Road, we're asking for a setback of 64.07 feet, and along Lincoln Highway, 81.63, where 100-foot setbacks required. On Lincoln Highway, we'll actually be reducing the existing nonconformity. The setback presently is 35.5 feet. We'd actually be increasing the setback to 81.63 feet. On Trenton Road, given the unique angle that Trenton Road cuts into the property there, the setback of 64.07 feet is right there where Heath is pointing, right there at that corner there. But as you go down the side of that building, closer to the west, by the time you reach the edge of that building, the setback is nearly compatible with exactly what's required under the ordinance, 100 feet. The second dimensional variance is not to require a 25-foot wide buffer along a residential district. Again, to the west, that's the residentially the NCR zone district there. And we would not be providing that buffer there. It's a continuation of existing nonconformity because there is not a buffer there at the present time. Further, buffers typically are not needed when you have the same use on adjacent properties. They may be zoned differently, but here, they're both residential. So therefore, the need that would typically mandate a buffer like that is not present. Third variance is from, again, Table 4 with regard to the impervious ratio coverage. We're asking for a variance to allow 75.42%, where 70% is allowed. There are several design factors that will reduce the impact of the impervious coverage. First is a underground dry well in the center parking area that's being highlighted right now. And those 30 spaces will also be constructed of permeable paving. Further, there's a rain garden with a stone dry well in the northwest corner. All of these factors would reduce the impervious impact to about 71.8%, de minimis increase over the permitted 70%. The fourth dimensional variance is to allow parking areas to be within 3.58 feet from the property line. That's that side property line there where 10 feet is otherwise required. And also allowing parking along a street line setback 6.05 feet where 30 feet is required. And we have the parking variances there. They're needed because of the narrowness of the lot and the needs of parking for this use. You'll also note that along the easterly property line abutting the church, there's a fire lane there that we installed at the request of the township. All those factors contribute to squeezing the property and thereby necessitating this relief. With regard to the setbacks along the street line, up and down Trenton Road and Lincoln Highway, There are other properties with parking directly right up to the roadway. And actually, this would be lessening an existing nonconformity on this property, where you have asphalt, what have you, and parking right up to the edge. The fifth dimensional variance is not to have a buffer along the property line with the NCR district. Again, no vegetated buffer presently exists there, so we would be continuing that. And again, typically buffers are required between a residential and a non-residential use, not where you have properties abutting that have the same use. In this situation, they'd both be residential, therefore the requirement of that buffer and the need for it is not met. Six, we have a variance so as not to require clustered planting of dense plant material, no less than 4 feet in height and 10 feet in width, again, between off-street parking area and any lot line. This variance would be required along, along the westerly property line. We will have planting there, although it will not be 10 feet deep. It's about 3 feet there. And also the nearest residence is about 25 feet from that location. Again, that variance is necessitated due to the narrowness of the property and the other amenities we need to put in to meet township requirements. Finally, the seventh dimensional variance is to permit 168 parking spaces instead of 248 that would be required. The breakdown is provided on the plan, but essentially it's 1.75 per one-bedroom unit plus 1 space for guests per unit, which amounts to about 2.75 per unit, which would get to the 248 that would be required. And referencing the American Planning Association's parking standards, we would need only 135, which is 1.5 per unit. So in providing 168, we're actually providing more than the APA parking standards would mandate. And in Heath's opinion, this is sufficient. That amount of parking is sufficient for the use on this property. As I noted before, this project will be subject to land development approval and all the stormwater management requirements associated with that. We will need to get highway occupancy permits for both entranceways. And then finally, in his opinion, Heath would testify that the use and dimensional variances will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. He would testify that those variances will not substantially or permanently impair the appropriate development of adjacent properties. He'll further testify that the variances will not be detrimental to the public welfare, and that they are the minimum variances that will afford relief for this proposed redevelopment for an appropriate and not adversely impactful use. Finally, he will testify that the variances will not be contrary to the public health, safety, and welfare for the reasons already identified. And with that, I'd like to ask Heath to take the stand. And Heath, did you hear the summary that I gave to the board members about your testimony?
Yes, I did.
And was that summarization true and correct to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, it is.
And would you adopt the summary I gave to the board members as your testimony if I'd asked you question and answer, question and answer?
Yes, sir.
Anything else you'd like to add?
Nope.
Okay. I have no further questions of Mr. Dumack.
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. When you first came before us, the last time you presented to us, you presented the same variances to us that you did now. Every one of them is the same except for 3. They're all the same percentages all the way through. The only thing that I can see different is that you just took a story off the 4-story apartment complex. You have 7 handicap parking spots, but you have 90 units, and they're supposed to be 55 and over. I know that, it says one thing, but when you think about real life, you're going to probably have more than 7 people that need handicap spots if you're in a 55 and over community, if you think about it. I worry about the impervious surface. I know you said you're going to have underwater storm management also, but you're going to be taking out a lot of vegetation and stuff that's there currently. I know it's very, it's a blighted site, it's in disrepair, we understand all that, but that's a concern of mine. I just really think that as far as you getting a use variance, you know, I mean, it all goes back to presenting a hardship to us, okay? You have a property, yes, it's not, you know, it's not residential, you would like it to be residential, but it's not. So you're proposing all these variances to make it fit what you want to do. It's not the property's fault that it's long and lean and between Lincoln Highway and Trenton Road. I mean, that's the property, that's the way it is. I mean, that's, like I said, that's it. So I don't see a hardship being presented to me yet about why you need this use variance, and then all these other variances to support that, to make this into 2-3-story condominiums between Lincoln Highway and Trenton Road. That's my concern, and I'm still waiting to hear this, so I just want you to know that. Does there anybody else on the board have any comment, concerns at this time?
Yeah, I do.
Bill?
I also have a problem with the hardship. The hardship, you're not showing a hardship. You're just trying to squeeze in something that you want in this property when I don't see any hardship at all. You know, I'm not comfortable with not giving the residents the proper buffer.
I'll say it also. I can say as well.
You know, I don't see anything that changed from your last, besides you knocked off a floor. Parking spaces, I'm not happy with. You know, if our ordinance says you need 2.5 or whatever the number to come with, then you're quoting some other industry standard. You know, we go by our ordinance, and it's not meeting the ordinance. I'm just, anyway, that's all I got.
Thank you, Bill. Is there anybody else on the board who have any questions?
Do you want us to address those concerns or wait till everyone?
Sure, why don't you address those? Because then
Well,
I've got some other things.
All right, I mean, on the issue of, and Heath can address these as well, on the issue of hardship with the use and then dimensionally. With the use, there's no reason that a residential use cannot be put here. Your ordinance arbitrarily has refused to allow a residential use here when right next door there's a residential use. Right across the street is a residential use. Up the street's residential, down the street is residential. The zoning, it has no bearing to the actual planning or actual uses of this area. And by restricting us from not putting in a residential use, the ordinance forces adverse and incredibly intense uses on this property, which creates a hardship. It creates a hardship on this property, it creates a hardship on the neighboring properties. It forces a use that has 10,000 trips per day as opposed to one that creates 400 trips per day. It overburdens the property with no sufficient or valid planning purpose because you have residential uses all around it. That's what justifies the use variance, and that's what the hardship is. Dimensionally, under Hertzberg, in order to allow the redevelopment of property that you referred to as blighted, property that has tires everywhere, there's the only way that it can be rehabilitated and redeveloped is if these variances, dimensional variances, are granted to allow a use that doesn't have adverse impacts upon neighboring properties, such as the commercial uses would have if they went in. And that's what justifies the dimensional variances in order to allow economically the safe redevelopment of this property. I don't know if you want to talk about
Well, I don't think anybody on this board said you can't have residential in there. It's just that you're putting too much residential in there. I think that's the debate here. I mean,
I want to go back to, I'm sorry, what you were
Sasha,
saying.
go ahead, yeah.
What you were saying. Were you explaining the hardship? Because at some point I got a little lost. Did you explain what the hardship is?
Go ahead.
There's a number of different hardships with respect to this property. The one that up until now and even prior testimony before this board a couple months ago, what was not really touched on was the environmental impact that this site has historically had. We're not talking 10 tires. We're not talking 50 tires. We're not talking 100 tires. We're talking probably 30 to 40 years of operating as a garage. There are tires, the next door neighbor, when they built their home and their storage outbuilding, they were digging up tires on their property when they were doing the foundations. We have underground tanks that may or may not have been remediated properly. So all of these items, the way this property was utilized, plus or minus for the last 40 years prior to this application, has created a substantial hardship economically. The higher density residential is a partial solution to that hardship to be able to clean it up. I believe most, I'm sorry?
if I'm not mistaken, economical is not a hardship.
It is under the Hertzberg decision. When you have a blighted property that's in need of redevelopment, which is exactly the case that was in front of the Supreme Court in that situation, economic hardship was recognized as being sufficient to support dimensional variances when those dimensional variances are needed to redevelop the property, because without that, it cannot be appropriately redeveloped.
So who declared this site blighted?
That was just a term that was used before.
So
I think I said that last time.
Yeah.
I think, during.
It wasn't
during
an official
question.
Right.
Right. So,
You said I
so, on this issue of the use variance and residential versus heavy commercial, I actually might agree with you that if we could just rewrite the zoning maps and looking at everything else that's going on nearby, we would say, oh, well, obviously this should be residential. But I don't think that's the jurisdiction of this board. We don't get to rewrite the zoning maps. We get to say, given the current zoning, what can we allow or not allow? That's my understanding of the law. And if there's a petition to change the zoning for this, you can take that to the appropriate authorities, but that's not this authority. So we don't get, again, it's just my personal opinion, I'm not a lawyer, that, we don't get to make that call. So we have to say, and I'm going back to what I said at the last time you were up here, it's zoned heavy commercial. Heavy commercial allows you to go however high it is. Commercial would not. So now you've gone from 4 stories to 3 stories. You are asking for the exemptions that would apply if this was a residential area, not heavy commercial. And if it was zoned residential, then you wouldn't have to ask for so many variances, but your height would still be over.
Actually, we never asked for a height variance.
Right.
The height in this zoning
You don't have
district-
to because it's heavy commercial. You don't have to ask for the height variance because in heavy commercial, you are not above that. But so the reason I voted no last time was because you were kind of asking for your cake and trying to eat it too. And I guess I'm still at that same point where if if we could wave a magic wand and call this, NCR zoning, would this usage be allowed? And I think the answer is still no. But please, that's my question. Please correct my intuition here.
One of the things with the dimensional variances is that many of them are existing nonconformities. We're lessening them. So whether it was commercial, whatever the use would be, these are still variances that would be needed. You kind of take them off, so it's not driven by exactly what we're doing. The front yards, the lack of any buffers, they're all things that already exist. So you take a lot of those off. They're not driven by exactly what it is that we're doing. And with regard to the use variance, you're right. You're not here to rewrite the zoning ordinance, but you do have the authority to look at the reality of a situation when zoning has not kept up with the times and say, you know what, this property should be able to be used for residential because of all the adjacent residential, and it creates a hardship if you strictly apply the ordinance and don't allow for a less intrusive residential use. So you do have that authority, and that's what we're asking you to do.
So you went so last time it was 4 stories, 96 units. So I read 3 stories, and I'm thinking 72 units, but I heard tonight 90 some units still. How does that work out?
I apologize. What are you asking with respect to how is that working out?
So previously, with 4 stories, there were 96 units, presumably 24,
12 units per
72,
floor.
96. And now with only 3 stories, you're still going to get 90 some units. So the units,
90, yeah, correct.
Must end up being much, much smaller.
No, what happened is
The building got bigger?
the building got longer
Ah, okay.
to try and accommodate, recognizing that we do have environmental impacts that we have to deal with.
Okay, so the building, so back to Leanie's original point, the various dimensional variances didn't really change, but the plan changed, the
substance of the plan
footprint
has
and
changed, yes.
Okay.
The building, what happened is the buildings continue to honor the original geometry on both frontages, and the expansion went inwards. This island of parking was reduced in order to accommodate the 2 new geometries of those buildings. One building was increased by approximately 22 feet, and this building, I believe, was expanded by 44 feet.
Got it, thank you. So I don't have any more questions, but I may have more questions after we hear from the public.
I'm still waiting to hear hardship. I don't still get that, unfortunately. Does anybody else have any questions on the board? Bill?
I still don't hear a hardship either.
Is there anything from the township regarding this?
No comments.
Thank you. Do I have anybody from the public who would like to speak at this time? Would you come forward? You in the back. I saw you first. Yep. And we're going to try to keep this, because we still have 2 other petitions to go through, so we're going to try to,
Hi, my name is Terry McKeown. I live at 15
You have to spell your name, sorry.
McKeown. I live at 15 Oak Lane, Fairless Hills. Mr. Brzezinski. This is the same plan.
Ma'am, if you address your questions to the board,
Oh, I'm sorry.
The board then can ask questions.
This is the same plan that was brought before. The buildings are a little wider. 1 story was taken off. It still does not negate the fact that This building does not fit in our community. We have a lot of single-story homes, and you're talking about businesses. We have John's Auto Tags down the street, Cosmo's down the street, limo service down the street, car wash around the corner, Trenton Road Takeout, Falls Township Water Authority. We have Good Stuff, we have Rite Aid, we have a strip store, we have Wawa. We have a landscaping place. All of these are single-story buildings. They are not 3 stories. They fit in with the community. You're still taking away the privacy. We're still having a ton of light pollution. All of the cars. Would you want a car parked 3 feet from your property line? Would you want no buffer zone? And there is a buffer zone. It's called the paper road that runs down that lane. Okay, that paper road does not belong to anybody, as what I was told before. Does not belong to them, does not belong to us. That paper road is a natural barrier. And as such, it should stay that way. You know, we had a problem with the tenant, or with the people that built the house that you were talking about, had a problem hooking up to Falls Township water and sewer because they were at capacity, supposedly. Where are you going to get that for these condos? You have the traffic coming in off of Route 1, which you know is going to be a mess. Then we have it coming out the back on Trenton Road, along with the car wash that's there, Trenton Road Takeout, the Cosmos that's there, plus Vermilion Hills coming in and out. This is not fair to the residents to put this type of building. We are not stupid. We know that this property is going to be sold. We know it's going to be developed. We know there will be something there. This is not the right project for this small piece of ground that they are trying to squeeze everything into. And we are respectfully asking you to deny it. Mr. Brzezinski himself said that he would not want this in his backyard, but it's okay to put it in ours. Thank you.
I have a question for Mr. Brzezinski. Did you say that?
No, I did not. Did not.
And I have a question for I don't know your name, but you just made the comment. My question is, if this was 3-story office buildings, so that would be commercial, correct? Would that be okay?
No. Honestly, no. I mean, it is commercial, so if they would put 3-story office buildings, I guess we couldn't do much about that. But getting back to him saying no, the very first time we all came here, you all decided to stand outside. You were taking emails and you were going to send us plans and everything else. And I said to you, how would you feel if this was to go in your backyard? And your first answer and exact comment, oh, I would be okay with it. And then you're hem-hawing around talking to people and you said, no, you know I wouldn't.
I did not say that.
You did.
All right, we're going to end that there.
You did.
We're gonna end that
Thank
there.
you.
We did make a compromise here. I mean, we did take a floor off. We dropped the units. We listened to the neighbors at the February meeting. And we are trying to redevelop a terrible eyesore in the township, a township that I grew up in. I mean, I don't know. I'm not really a public speaker. I don't really know, how to sugarcoat what I'm trying to say, but I do know that this site needs to be cleaned up. It needs to be cleaned up and redeveloped, and I believe that we have a really good plan to do it. And I'm asking you guys to approve me. If you want to approve me, please do it. If not, I'll take my lump and move on. I understand, but I really don't understand. I really do think that
Why not?
we all need to get this approved.
Why not do something that fits? If it's non-commercial, if it's not residential, why not have office buildings? or some other function that,
So I did it, and I did the math, Natasha, and you have to pay for the cleanup, you have to pay for the land, you have to pay, it's not there. It's not there.
Yeah, so I want to make
And I
a
know
couple,
I'm not supposed
a
to
couple
talk about
comments.
economics, but it's not there.
So first of all, sort of the kind of hearsay about who said what or did what, like,
Yeah.
stop. Like, we can't, like, that's not useful. That's not useful for us to consider. At least, there's the question that has come up about the hardship, right? What is the hardship? I appreciate the fact that this is a site that is going to cost a lot to do anything with. Even if I just want to, make a pickleball court there, because, that's the thing that everybody wants now,
And
right?
Aaron,
Like, I want to
I
make a pickleball court there. How am I going to pay for, if I'm the owner, how am I going to pay for it? So, like, I appreciate the hardship for the use to develop it into something, okay? I think where I'm not trying to speak for the rest of the board, where I am trying to reconcile is, okay, this use, given the zoning, how do we make that work? And, the questions about density and the questions about height and the questions about encroachment, and the questions about, like, it just adds up to a lot. And I think that's where I can also appreciate the community's concern that it just seems like a little bit much, but it's a balance. So I think it's hard.
Well, we thought we listened to the residents, and we took the floor off, we knocked the units down. I mean, we thought we compromised on our end. I mean, I really thought we did. And if you don't feel that it's enough, I don't know what else to say.
So I think we have some more public comment.
Yeah. Is there anybody else who would like to speak? Her in the front first. And like I said, we're going to try to keep this because it is.
I think that it's safe to say most of us have the same comments. My name is Jennifer
you
Kramer.
have to state your name and spell it.
Jennifer Kramer, Kramer. I live at 658 Lincoln Highway, which is right next door to this mess. And it is a mess, and I agree. However, first thing I want to state is that being a next-door neighbor to this property, it is a commercial property. I might live in a house, but it is commercial property. Secondly, nothing has changed. You may have shortened it, but this is all for you. It's not for the environment, it's not for the community, it's not for the township. And the only interesting thing here is yours, Mr. Brzezinski, who's staying to make millions. Thank you.
You in the back?
My name is Dennis Askey, A-S-K-E-Y. I live at 12 Oak Lane, Fairless Hills. The only hardship,
You need to
the only
speak into the mic.
hardship is the people that live behind this. We are the ones that are sitting there. If you look around in all the neighborhoods, it's backyard to backyard, not somebody's front yard looking into our backyard. It's our privacy that's being, and the houses, our houses are going to drop price-wise. It's like taking 10 pound of dirt and putting it in a 5 pound bag. I understand what he's trying to do, but the only eyesore is Route 1 and the building. I was here 20 years, and before the other people got in there, they cut all the trees down. You couldn't see anything past those trees. That whole property was trees from Trenton Road all the way up to wherever the cars and the tires are. It's not an eyesore. That's our buffer. We didn't have to listen to all the noise from the car wash or any of the cars coming down the road, anything. The sirens, all that. Now, there's nothing there but a few trees. And like I said, all the houses, it's backyard to backyard, not front yard to backyard. That's where the problem is. And to take all that and squeeze it in there, Like I said, I understand what he's trying to do.
So, sir, let me ask you, the township next year is going to propose to buy this lot and turn it into a park with all sorts of trees, and your taxes are going to go up.
Are they?
To pay for
I
it.
would rather pay for
Sound
that
good?
than lose money in my house.
But, I mean, you get my point, right? Like,
Absolutely.
I get that it would be nice for all of these blighted properties to just turn into green spaces.
It's not blighted,
Who's
only
gonna
at
do
Route
that?
1. Only at Route 1. That part up there is the blighted part. Down by us, it's not. It used to have all trees. There's a lot of animals that run through there from Route 1 across, through in my yard, throughout the whole property. Climate change. Trees love CO2. Blacktop doesn't. I have water. All this rain that we've had, I've had water coming up from the bottom. So you put blacktop over there, where's that water going to go? It's going to go into the ground, into the water passage, and I'm going to get, and like I said, backyard to backyard, not front yard into, all those people, they have pools. Who wants to sit out in their backyard if they got people looking? And all the lights, the security lights, you got to have security lights. You know, if you guys would take a chance and just ride by, stop, you're more than welcome to walk through any of our yards and look at it. You wouldn't want it. The best thing for that is plant more trees. Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the public who would like to speak? I'm trying to limit as much as I can here, so.
First, my name is Ron Seal. I live at 658 Lincoln Highway.
You have to spell your name.
SEAL. Pretty simple. Basically, that property is going to be AG if you would grant their permits, right? Age, it's going to be for 55 and older?
55 and older.
Okay, by township law,
That's for another board, sir. We're here just for variances.
but by law, they can't have more than 10 units per acre. It says it right here.
And that's something that
It's
they'll.
zoning board law.
I
It says no
understand.
more than 10 units per acre of ground tract. Now, if that's not part of the zoning board and it's zoning law, something's wrong. Now, that's density. Even HR, you're only allowed 20 units per acre. Now, they're trying to put 90 units in not even 3 acres of land. Now, it's like trying to put too much in a small space. What happens when these 160 people want to go outside and they got 12 feet over here and 4 feet over here? They want to walk their dogs. They're going to come on my lawn? No. There's no space. You're going to have 200 people there. You know, their kids are going to come over. Oh, the grandkids are going to come over. We have no place to go. We got a concrete parking lot that's 2 acres, and we got 2 buildings up to take another acre. There's no green space. There's no recreation area. Where are these people going to walk? They're going to walk down Route 1, or they're going to walk down Trenton Road with no sidewalks? It's not safe. It's not good for the neighborhood. It's all about the money. I guarantee if it was your backyards, we wouldn't even be having this hearing. But I'm 20 feet from where they're going to put a ground well. My yard's going to be soaked every time it rains. You know what? If that happens, I'm going to hold the township and the builders responsible. Because you're going to permit it, and you don't care. Like I said, there's a law, no more than 20 units in a heavy residential and 10 on age restricted. But we're not going to take that in consideration because that's not our job. Because we just do the zoning variances, but not the actual zoning laws. Well, that's wrong. I mean, I know it's going to eventually get passed because there's too much money for the township. And screw the people that live there, because it's all about the tax money and the revenue. But,
Yeah, I think, Mr. Chairman, you should shut him down. I mean, he's not
Yeah, I mean,
making
at
comments
this
on
point
his
during the
meeting.
night, you had your say, and we appreciate that, and everybody heard it. Is there anybody else who would like to speak really quickly? You in the back with the hat, come up, not you. Back in the back.
Go ahead. She can go. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, man.
I think I'm only going to let, like, one more, because we have to get moving here. It's getting really late.
Tony Battiste, Battiste, 218 Gloucester, Road, Fairless Hills. I was driving home the other day, and I came up Woolston Drive to make the right onto Route 1 South. And that's one lane there merging into 2 lanes going south with all the crazies coming from New Jersey up Route 1. And your focus is on driving and watching in your mirror for the people coming up alongside you, making sure you're watching the guy in front of you, not for the clown who's going to come out of this development and make a left-hand turn into the lane that I'm trying to watch for the merging traffic. That's going to be the problem. And the buffer that you don't think you need, if you have cars parking up against the back of the property, what's keeping them from, oh, I'm driving too fast, I gotta stop, I can't stop. I got a little bumper thing and I'm going right over that into that yard. That's what you need a buffer for. And there was a newspaper article that I believe you were quoted, this gentleman here, was quoted as saying that he needs 72 units to be profitable. And that's what was in the newspaper, just saying. Public knowledge. So roughly 25 condos per floor at $300,000 per condo. So at least 21.6 million, making it 50 units or 2 stories would be 15 million. And if you figured maybe a 50-50 cost ratio of profit to cost to do this, then you're looking at 10.5 million versus 7.5 million.
All right, ma'am, is there any more comments about the variances?
Well, no.
Okay.
That was it.
I'm from Jersey.
I'm just saying, hardship, that's the hardship.
Thank you.
He can't get the money for it.
It is almost, we've been here 4 hours. The next item is number 10. All of these people want to speak. So we could be here another hour, hour and a half. Just wanted to make that. You might want to reschedule it.
That's fine. I'm going
Okay.
to close public comment at this point. I think we've had enough. I'd like to ask the board if they're...
I just want to make a quick comment that, this idea that we're just here to make money for the township, that's really offensive. So thank you very much for that. We've been very, we're asking critical questions, and then we're going to vote our conscience, so.
Thank you, Aaron.
I'd like to make a motion.
Mr. Duffy, is there anything else that you would like to add at this point? Thank you very much. Is there a motion for this petition? What? Bill, what?
I'll make a motion. I move that the application for Brian Brzezinski be denied.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Aaron, will you please pull the board?
Sure. Just a reminder that a yes is to deny. Bill?
Yes.
Nastasha?
Can I abstain?
Yes.
You can abstain.
I would like to do that,
Okay.
if I can.
Bob?
Yes.
I'm a yes.
And I'm a yes. Your motion has been denied, I'm sorry.
I appreciate it, but, come on.
What do we want to do here? I have a question for everybody here. Who is here for the Levittown Lanes and who is here? Okay, that's Levittown Lanes. Who's here for Lower Bucks? Okay. We're going to take the Levittown Lanes first. We appreciate everybody's patience. I know it's been a long evening and we're trying to get through everything as much as we can.
Right.
They start digging that soil is completely contaminated. They tried to dig down 100 feet.
Boards.
How far they dig down, clean up all that soil. And that was even for the gas station.
We're going to take a 2-minute convenience break right now so everybody can be fresh. Thank you. Welcome back to the Falls Township Zoning Hearing Board. We are going to do petition number 10, which was petition number 8, which is continued from March 12th, 2024. Al and Mary Episcopo, 8815 New Falls Road, Levittown, PA 19054, TMP number 13-019-169, number 13-019-168-001, number 13-019-167, zoned NCR/NC/NCR, requesting the following variances. Section 209-20, parentheses B, and 209-22, parentheses B, to permit multifamily as a principal use. Section 209-22, parentheses D, to permit a 3-story building, parentheses 48 feet to roof peak, close parentheses, section 209-38.1, parentheses E, parentheses 3, to not require the stated minimum width of buffer yards for the multifamily residential development. Section 209-22.E, to permit a 25.8-foot front yard setback in the NC district. Section 209-42E, to permit continuous open access in the parking field, which is an existing nonconforming condition. And section 209-42, parentheses F, parentheses 1, to allow off-street parking to remain on an adjacent lot, which is an existing nonconforming condition. Mr. McGinnis.
Good evening. Mike McGinnis here on behalf of the applicant, Al and Mariella Episcopo.
Do you have any witnesses you would like to swear in?
I do. I don't know if Mr. Bidley-Meyer would like to mark exhibits at the outset or not.
You can swear him in, then I'll do.
Okay, great. Have Rob Cunningham, who is the project engineer, and then I have Mike and Al Episcopo, if you all can come up, please.
You just state your name and spell it, please.
Robert Cunningham.
In the microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Robert Cunningham, Cunningham.
Madam Chair, we'll mark the application for zoning ordinance.
Got 2 more people.
I'm looking down.
Michael Episcopo, Episcopo.
Alan Episcopo.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Keith.
All right, now mark the application for zoning ordinance appeal ZHB1, along with the accompanying statement in support. 2 will be proved that the property was posted. 3 is notification to Mr. McGinnis, applicant's attorney from Falls Township. That letter's dated March 25th, 2024. There's a second letter, also March 4th, to Mr. McGinnis, providing notice of the March meeting. 4 will be proof of publication in the Bucks County Courier-Times. 5 will be a sketch plan. 6 will be the continuance request by Mr. McGinnis for last month. 7, the board was provided from the township a petition to prevent construction with signatures. It's 2 pages in length. We'll mark that as Board Exhibit 7. 8 will be an email the township received, the township received by Mike Mullen. That is all the board exhibits.
Excuse me, I have another exhibit.
Sir, when you talk, you can come up, you bring it up, and we'll mark it. Mr. McGinnis has handed up a certification of service. And do you have any pre-marked exhibits?
Not pre-marked, but I did, between myself and Mr. Cunningham, we did distribute to the board 2 items that might be appropriate to mark Mr. Bidley-Meyer at the outset. One is a trip generation analysis that was complete by Holmes Cunningham, dated April 9 of 2024. If I can have that marked as an exhibit, we will be referencing that as part of Mr. Cunningham's testimony. And then secondarily, Mr. Cunningham, I think, distributed a architectural rendering of the site, which we have displayed on a board. If I could also have that marked as an exhibit as well, please.
Sure, so we'll do the first matter, the traffic study, or trip generation as A1, the renderings as A2, and the certification of service as A3.
Thank you.
With that, I'm satisfied you appropriately notice have been satisfied, this matter can proceed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will also apologize to Mr. Kiernan that we do not have this on digital display. If there's anything that we can provide so that would help you better visualize as part of the presentation, please just let us know and we'll make sure to highlight that for your viewing. I also want to state, thank you. I also want to state at the outset, I know it's 11 this evening and it's a late night. It's later than the board normally goes as part of an application process. So I will do my best to be brief to the extent I'm able to, but I also want to be respectful of the fact that there are a number of members of the community who are here, and I want to be able to provide them with all the requisite information as to why we believe that this is an important project. And as you'll see, and as will be testified to, unlike some projects, Mr. Piscopo has owned the property for 62 years. You know, this is something that is near and dear to his heart, and I think want to be able to afford him and his family ample time to at least convey to the board what they're proposing, what has transpired in the past, and why we believe that this is a positive project that is one worthy of the relief that we're seeking as part of the application. So I did just want to state that at the outset. As I indicated, we are here on behalf of both Al and Mariella Piscopo. They are the owners of the subject parcels. There are 3 properties at issue as part of this application. We will be just colloquially referring to them as one property because we're proposing this as part of one joint development, similar to the fact that the prior use functioned as one use even though it spanned 3 parcels. Combined, the properties at issue total a little less than 1.5 acres. The portion of the property that you are probably most familiar with is the former home of Levittown Lanes in the Township. It's depicted on the rendering that has been supplied by Mr. Cunningham's office. The building, again, from a street view into the site, is to the left, or was to the left on the property, and the parking field, which we'll be discussing, is to the right, and they are bisected essentially by Orchard Drive. The property to the right has always been utilized as a parking lot. That is going to remain the same as part of this application if we're successful. Obviously, the property to the left, the former Levittown Lanes building, is going to be substantially modified if we're able to redevelop it. I would submit at the outset, and I know this is always a question that comes up with applications, and particularly with applications that are subject to some scrutiny and residential involvement, what is unique, what is the hardship, what is difficult about this site to develop in conformance with the ordinances in the township. I think fortunately for this application, this is facially unique for a number of reasons. First, as I indicated, you have 3 properties that share common ownership that have been used historically as part of one development and one operation. You have a property that is bisected by a drive that dead ends, and you also have the fact that the NC and the NCR district basically bisect the property. So we're dealing with multiple things here. We have multiple properties. We have the fact that there is an accessory use in the form of a parking lot that is being used in tandem with a proposed principal use on a property across the street. And we're dealing with multiple zoning districts, all of which would substantially challenge the ability to develop this property in conformance with the applicable zoning standards, really of either the NC district or the NCR district. Since in my experience there tends to be some misinformation or misunderstanding that circulates regarding residential projects, and particularly multifamily residential projects. I do want to state with specificity what we're here to propose tonight. We are looking to construct a 24-unit apartment project. You can see the rendering that Mr. Piotrowski's office has prepared. Again, biased, admitted. It's a beautiful building, I think. This is a multi-million-dollar investment that my clients are planning on undertaking to beautify this site. This is not Section 8 housing. That is the thing that, for whatever reason, people tend to assume is the case with apartments. It's clearly not Section 8 housing. It's not going to be Section 8 housing. Al and Mariella and Mike, who's their son, who's going to testify, have operated this property for 62 years. It was a bar, a bowling alley, a restaurant. They are, I think, anyway, fabrics of the neighborhood. These are not people who are coming to Falls Township from Montana who are seeking to maximize their profits, to develop a site, to flip a property. They were subject to considerable tragedy, which will be, again, touched on briefly. The Levittown Lanes property obviously burnt to the ground, and they were left, given the fact that they poured their entire lives into this property, trying to figure out what to do in the proverbial ashes to redevelop this site in a way that was consistent and beneficial to the community. We are not trying to cram in an overly dense development. We have 24 units, again, in approximately 1.5 acres. We are significantly reducing the impervious surface percentage on site from its current condition. We are improving the stormwater management, again, not theoretical, factual as a statement. We are designing this to be high-end. The building is going to have elevators. The facade is going to be of the utmost class. We're reducing the setback from where Levittown Lanes existed to the properties to the rear. And you know, when you have these developments, you are always going to hear things. And I think in a lot of times, cases with people who are pretty well-intended but relatively misinformed, this is a significantly less impactful development than anything that would be developed on this site. Really, if you want to look at it, a significantly less impactful development than anything that could be developed on either side of the street. You know, theoretically, if our clients decided we can't do anything here and they divested themselves of this property, someone could try to build a commercial structure on the parking portion of the property, and someone could try to build a commercial structure on the former Levittown Lanes portion of the property. What we have is a low intensity use that testimony will illustrate is significantly less impactful than the prior use here. Levittown Lanes had 18 lanes. It sold alcohol. It sold food. It was open until 2 in the morning. We're in a residential community. All of those things go away and are replaced with a very nice residential structure. And it's something that, again, my clients are very, very passionate about making sure it's done correctly. So setting aside the personal components, I think there are physical characteristics associated with the property that justify the relief that we're seeking. Again, I think the hardship is obvious based upon the physical components. And I think from a use standpoint, this is a better development than anything else that could be developed in its place. And the last comment that I'll make about that is even before we get into whether or not the relief is warranted, if people are going to state, we like Levittown lanes, we wish there was a bowling alley rebuilt in its place, there are financial realities, unfortunately, that preclude that development here. They're trying to make the best use of the proceeds that have been generated from the unfortunate destruction of the former property, and you cannot underwrite and secure commercial loans to construct in 2024, unless you are a mega bowling company, a small local bowling alley here. So the question is, what do we use this site for? And this is what we came up with. We had the first sketch, I think, presented over a year ago. I believe my client went around and communicated with many of his neighbors at that time regarding his intentions. We're trying to be as completely transparent as possible. So we do have a number of variances. Again, I would submit that those variances would attach to any development here, given the unique characteristics that we already touched on briefly. So I don't want to belabor the point. I probably have already too much, but I thought that this is a bit of a unique application, and I thought it was worth orienting the board to the best of my ability before we proceeded into testimony. So what I'd like to do is to call Mr. Cunningham first, because I think the engineering components of this are sufficiently unique. It's not just a rectangular box in a green field on one property that I'd have my client testify first to. I think we want to explain to the board the engineering facets, and then I'll have Mike testify. And I think on Al's end, we just want to provide a comment at the end from him about what this site means to him and his family. So I don't expect three protracted witnesses, two witnesses and sort of one comment at the end. So I appreciate your indulgence and apologize for the length of that introduction. With that, I'd like to call Mr. Cunningham to testify. You want the... All right, Mr. Cunningham. Mr. Cunningham. Let's try again. There you go. Mr. Cunningham, please state your name for the record.
It's Robert Cunningham.
Okay. And where are you employed?
I'm a partner at Holmes Cunningham Engineering in Doylestown, Pennsylvania.
Okay. And what licenses do you hold?
I'm a licensed civil engineer in the state of Pennsylvania. I have a degree in civil engineering from Lehigh University, and I've been licensed for the past 15 years.
All right. And you have been recognized as an expert throughout both Bucks and Montgomery County in civil engineering, is that correct?
I have.
And you did design the plans, your office is before the board this evening for consideration, is that correct?
Yes, we have.
All right. I would like to submit Mr. Cunningham as an expert in civil engineering. All right. Thank you. All right. Rob, at the outset, can you please just, I think it's worthwhile to cover the board the existing conditions, absent whatever we're proposing, in terms of how the site's currently laid out?
Sure. As you'd previously mentioned, the combined property is approximately 1.5 acres. It's comprised of 3 parcels. There's a large parcel on the west side of Orchard Drive along New Falls Road. It has parking along New Falls Road. It has the footprint of the former Levittown Lanes building, and then there's more concrete and pavement behind that padded area that exists today. Then on the east side of Orchard Drive, there's a large parking lot. It covers 2 parcels. The smaller one, which is located in the NC district, is closer to New Falls Road, and the one behind it is in the NCR district.
Okay. Can you give the board just a brief summary of the layout of Levittown Lanes prior to the fire which destroyed the building, with respect to the location of the building, principally more to the rear compared to what we're proposing?
Sure. The Levittown Lanes building was approximately 18,000 square feet. It filled the parcel from the left side to the right side. There was basically no setback on either side. it was shifted further back. It's approximately the same length that our proposed building is. It was further back into the site because we had 2 rows of parking off of New Falls Road. So, you know, obviously it was a very large building, very wide. And now that it has been demolished, we will provide some setback.
Okay. And the parking that was used to accommodate the operations at Levittown Lane, did that also include some on-site parking? And by on-site, I mean the parcel where the building was located, in addition to the parking. I would refer to it as off-site, but the reality is it's still tethered to that development, parking across the street on Orchard. Is that correct?
Correct. There was approximately 50 spaces on the west side, which obviously was used for the building. And then there was an additional 70 spaces, which you can say it's off-site, but obviously it was there. Without those 70 spaces, the bowling alley wouldn't have been able to operate.
Okay. And then there was a fire a couple years ago, which totally destroyed the Levittown Lanes building. Is that your understanding?
That is correct.
All right. And since then, the parcel to the left has been totally vacant. Is that correct?
Correct. The building was demolished after the fire and has been unused since.
All right. And then the parking portion essentially was untouched as a result of the destruction, correct?
That is correct, until we came up with a redevelopment plan.
All right. And that's a good way to transition into that. Can you discuss what that redevelopment plan is, please?
Yeah, we're proposing 24 market rate apartment homes in a 12,000 square foot building. It's a 3-story building. There will be 14 parking spaces to the rear. There will be 56 parking spaces on the other side of Orchard in that parking lot. The site currently is pretty much all paved. I think we're at about 98% impervious coverage on the west side, and I think somewhere in the 80s on the right side. We'll be severely decreasing the impervious coverage on the site by over a quarter acre. So we'll be providing sidewalks, green space, those upgraded parking areas on the property.
All right. So we have 70 spaces that we're proposing for the 24 units. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what is required by ordinance?
For the mix of units we have, it's 70 spaces.
All right. So we do not need a parking variance associated with this application, at least in terms of the parking count. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. There are some components with the parking conditions that I would submit, are improving. Can you briefly cover whether that's an accurate statement?
It is. So currently, as I said, the site is very, very much paved. So we're going to kind of reorient it to more today's standards for the parking layout, provide better circulation, less curb cuts along Orchard than exists today. We're actually going to remove the parking from the front of the building, which isn't ideal. So all of those improvements, we'll be able to provide landscaping around the parking lot that isn't there today. We'll provide trees within the parking lot. So those are all things that, if this wasn't just a redevelopment, it was a new development, these are things that the township would be asking for, and we're able to comply, and glad that we can.
It's setting back some of the spaces on the parking parcel as compared to how it's currently oriented as well. Is that correct?
That's correct, for both parking lots. We're
Correct.
providing more green space to allow, for some buffering and some landscaping.
Okay. Orchard functionally bisects these parcels, is that right?
That is correct.
And when Levittown Lanes was in operation, you'd still have people parking across the street, and then they would traverse through Orchard to get to the property, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is still going to remain the case as part of this development, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you're going to work with the township from a traffic safety standpoint to make sure that that's being done appropriately as we go through the land development process, so there's no hazardous condition, correct?
Yeah, as would be expected with all applications, yes.
All right. And overall, and we can get into this in a second, there should be substantially fewer crossings than before because we're having fewer individuals coming to this property as compared to when Levittown Lanes was in operation as a bowling alley, restaurant, and bar. Is that correct?
Yeah, there'd be less pedestrian traffic across. There'll be less traffic generated by the site in general. So, yeah, those are all accurate statements.
All right. And you handed out to the board a color rendering that was prepared by Mr. Piotrowski's office that depicts the construction of this 3-story building that we're referencing. Is that right?
Yes.
And it's your understanding that this rendering is an accurate depiction of what we're intending to construct if we're successful at the zoning hearing board and subsequently in front of the Board of Supervisors. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. Is it your understanding that this building is going to be improved with the modern amenities that you would expect for a high-end apartment being constructed in presumably 2025?
Yes, yes, it will.
Okay, including things like elevators for ADA access and those things?
Elevators, the sprinklers, to today's building code requirements, all of those things. It would be a top-notch building.
Okay. And then you've already touched on the green space we're adding. There's going to be some small outdoor space like benches and things like that associated with this development. Is that true as well?
That is correct, and we'll be able to now, since we're pulling kind of everything closer into the site, we're able to provide the sidewalks along New Falls Road. And if you're familiar with that section, currently there's no sidewalk exists. It's basically just a striped paved area in front of every business. So we'll be providing more of a dedicated sidewalk, more traditional. So I think the added green space, the amenities, the walkability, things like that are all positives of the redevelopment.
And as we go through the development process, we will be working with the township and also with any of the interested neighbors in terms of maximizing things like landscaping and landscape buffering as part of the development as well. Is that true?
Yes, that'd be, par for the course for all these projects, yes.
All right. I made a statement at the beginning regarding some of the existing conditions that we're improving from a zoning standpoint as part of this application. Can you just touch on a few of them for the board, please?
Well, first, the existing use or the prior use was not a non-conforming use. So obviously we're proposing, we're requesting a use variance for another non-conforming use. So just looking at that, we believe that this is a better fit for the neighborhood than a restaurant, bar, bowling alley would be. The setbacks, the existing setbacks, at least on the sides and along Orchard, was negligible. We're able to provide about approximately 20 feet on the west side, and then we're also pulling the building back off of Orchard, obviously just giving it a little more breathing room. The parking, we're still compliant for the number of spaces, but we're obviously more compliant because we can provide some of the buffer areas, to provide some plantings, provide some green space. Again, just not making it feel so tight. The impervious coverage was near 100%. Like I said, we're removing approximately 16,000 square feet and providing green space. That's obviously a reduction. The existing building was over 50% of the subject property. And then we're going down to about 35%. So again, smaller building footprint, smaller impervious coverage, more green space, all of those things are positives from nonconformities that we're fixing.
So even though we have a handful of variances, we also have maybe even larger handful of existing conditions that we're improving as part of this application if it's approved by the zoning hearing board. Is that a fair statement?
I would say so, yes.
All right. So I handed out, and Mr. Bidlingmeyer marked as Exhibit A1, a trip generation analysis that your office prepared as part of this application. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I don't need to get into the weeds too much with this, but can you just explain to the board what that document is and what the purpose of it is, why we distributed that for discussion?
So when we look at things like development intensity, we always look at impervious coverage and building coverage and things like that, but we also look at traffic and trips generated. So we wanted to compare what the previous use was versus what we were proposing. And it just shows that the bowling alley plus the restaurant use, bar use, generated a significant amount of trips, and that the proposed multifamily dwellings, apartments, would generate less trips and therefore not create a negative impact from a traffic standpoint.
All right. And that's even if you, again, limit your analysis to the one parcel, not even taking into account a potential for someone to try to develop the property on both ends of Orchard. Is that correct?
Yeah, we weren't going to speculate on what somebody would or would want or could do, but we did know what it was used for previously, so that gives us a baseline for comparison. You know, when we do a greenfield development, you don't have that opportunity, but this we have an existing use with an existing size and knew what its operation was.
All right. And then from a noise standpoint, do you have an opinion regarding whether a residential use of this nature would have less of an impact regarding potential customer and pedestrian noise and its impact on surrounding properties?
I think it would be a significant reduction.
All right. And then you testified, but the stormwater runoff that would flow from this property to any of the adjacent parcels post-development, do you have a comment or an opinion as to whether the neighboring properties would see a marked improvement versus existing conditions on site?
Obviously, we have places for water to infiltrate on site as opposed to the existing condition where there's minimal area and water was just running off. So obviously, it's going to be an improvement. And obviously, we can design things in a way to make sure that we minimize or even mitigate better than what it was in that condition.
In fact, some of the variances that we're seeking really relate to the site constraints with the existing conditions that we can't eliminate. Is that a fair statement as well?
That is correct.
All right. Are there any conditions that you believe, in your professional opinion, are materially worsened on this site for the neighborhood or surrounding community if this development gets built?
No, nothing is going to have a significant impact. The only thing that we're doing is we're pushing the building a little bit closer to New Falls Road, but it does give a further rear yard setback. It provides us the ability to provide more side yard and more buffer off of Orchard. So I think that being something that is an increase from the existing condition is a positive for the neighborhood.
All right. And do you, Mr. Cunningham, have an opinion as to whether the relief that we're seeking is the minimum relief associated with this application?
Very much so. I believe it's the minimum.
And
this application.
And is it fair to say you also would agree with my statement at the outset that the property is subject to unique physical characteristics and a hardship that were not generated by our client as part of this development?
Very much so. I agree with it.
All right. I have nothing further for Mr. Cunningham at this time.
Is there any board comment?
Mike, I'm just checking the aerial here. The driveway off the parking lot that is on the same side as the apartment building, where is that exiting to?
The driveway off the left side?
Yes.
There was an existing agreement with that neighbor. They have a garage that faces that parking lot.
Okay.
So to continue that agreement, there's nothing formal, there's not an easement, but to be a good neighbor, we're going to continue to provide that.
For their benefit.
For their benefit. We could get 2 extra spaces, but, they made that deal with the Episcopos a long time ago, and so we're going to honor that.
Understood. Thank you.
Sasha? No question. Bill?
I have none.
Aaron?
So, given the overhead shot that we have right now, so looking to the unit, the various buildings to the left, to the west there, how tall, how high are those? It seems like those are also, or some of those are apartment.
There's a mixed bag.
Mixed bag of things,
There's
yeah.
a couple 1-story, there's a
Can I
couple
comment on that?
3-story.
Yeah.
Yeah, so us being at 3 stories, I don't think is a significant increase. I believe the second building in is 3 stories, and then the next.
They're all
2-story.
You guys all have your time to speak. Just keep it to yourself for now, okay?
Again, I don't think that our building is significantly taller than the 2
Okay.
or 3-story buildings.
I'm asking because, in here, the variance is the 48 feet, right?
That is correct.
Yep. So are any of those other buildings 48 feet?
I don't believe that they are.
Okay.
The bowling alley was significantly tall in itself. It did have that arched thing. So, like, again, from a massing standpoint, we think that this is an improvement for how it will feel.
Yep, understood. Yep, thanks.
Okay, is there any public who would like to have questions for him? Now, I'm going to limit this. Okay. On second thought, we're going to let you continue with your witnesses before we have public comment.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks, Rob. All right. Good evening, Mr. Episcopo.
Good evening.
All right. You are the son of Al and Marielle Episcopo, is that correct?
I am.
All right. And they have operated what I'm calling Levittown lanes, but this property for how long? How long have your parents been involved here?
November of 1962.
All right. And what came first in terms of their involvement at this site?
My father and my grandmother, I believe, purchased the Bandbox Tavern, I believe, November 13th, 1962, a few years before I was born.
Okay. When did you get, or are you involved, and were you involved with Levittown Lanes?
I started working for my father, I believe, April of 1985.
All right. Based upon your experience in working at the site, can you give the board a bit of background if anyone's not familiar with Levittown Lanes generally and the different uses that occurred at that property?
I would like to make just a statement before I answer that is I'd much rather not be here right now. I'd much rather be making pizzas and serving the public and opening our bowling alley. But unfortunately, 2 years ago, March 30th, I got a call from my daughter, "Daddy, the bar's on fire." And I rush over there to find helicopters there, 4 or 5 different fire companies there, and my whole life is going up in smoke. My father's 60 years of his blood, sweat, and tears of his whole life are burning to the ground. And our lives changed dramatically from that moment. Levittown Lanes was wonderful for everyone. The Bandbox Tavern served countless people that worked at the mill, worked at 3M, shift workers that came and knew my grandfather. My grandfather worked the morning, he died. He died in the afternoon, opened the bar that morning. That's how connected our family is with this business and this property. Levittown Lanes had thousands of people through their doors in the years prior before us taking actual operation of that property. My father bought the property in '81, operated the tavern from '62 till the day it burned down. A lot of great memories at Levittown Lanes, and a lot of people I know, the neighbors that I know, a lot of these folks that bowled for us and bowled with me, bowled against me, drank with me in the bar, ate the pizzas I made. And I know they're here out of concern, and I welcome their concern. I'm not trying to shove anything down anyone's throat. I wish I had the bowling alley still. I wish the fire never happened, but it did. And it's just not feasible for us to have that entertainment that we had with birthday parties. And I hosted my special needs hockey team every year to the bowling alley, and to tell them we have no bowling alley to do this anymore for these kids it's tough. You know, it's tough to look my father in the eye and drive past that empty lot and say, your whole life, Dad, went up in smoke and there's nothing there. And I want to make something for my parents that have done more for my sister and I than we could ever have imagined, and it's just not feasible for us right now to think that we can put back what was there. It's just not financially feasible, as our attorney mentioned. It's not something that we're able to do, and we're trying to make good of a terrible situation, and I just hope you'll see that, and what we're trying to do is to beautify the neighborhood. And these folks have been our neighbors for 60 years. They know my father. They know what kind of man he is. Levittown Lanes was great, like I said. junior bowlers, kids, birthday parties, grandkids. My father's seen great-grandkids come in and bowl. That's how long he's been there. And like I said, I wish we were doing that today, but that's just not the reality.
So Mike, this is, I know with the emotional investment here, this is going to be probably a little difficult to talk through, but I think it's important just to understand, so the board understands how Levittown lanes functioned and the impact. You know, we talked about all the positive impact, but the realistic, practical impact as well, that we're hoping to, you know, improve on some of those components to lessen the impact as part of this development. So can you just briefly cover things, you know, affirming the food sales and the beer sales and how many lanes there were and the hours that Levittown lanes had?
We had many nights we had double leagues. We had a league at 6:15, another league at 9 o'clock. You could have as many as 110 or 115 people in and out of just the bowling alley at that time, not counting people that were sitting at the bar, people that were getting food. We had a pizza delivery, takeout and delivery, so there's people in and out of there all day and night, just about every day. It was a busy place. It was a busy place till late at night. We were open till 2 a.m. every night. My dad stayed open. He was a dedicated businessman, and we always stayed open for those late blue-collar workers that worked till 10, 11, 12 at night. They wanted to come in and have a drink. You know, I'd even make pizzas for somebody at 12 midnight if they, you know, they'd come in. It's just they were not every customer's like family, but there's a lot of people that we made connections with through the years that were regulars for us, and you do a little bit extra for those people. And it's awful not having that connection right now, but there's a lot of people in and out every day, especially on weekends, because you know, people tend to, you know, go out with their wives or girlfriends or what have you to taverns or to bowling, to Saturday night moonlight bowling, late at night. I just think there's just a dramatically less traffic, less people in and out of what we're proposing than what was there, let alone the noise value and you know, people that drink tend to get loud, and I don't think we were a nuisance bar, but it was a bar, and it's not going to be. So.
And the building, Rob testified to it, the building was set further back into the property, closer to some of the residences to the rear in its prior iteration, is that right?
That's right.
And there was a dumpster to the exterior, as you would expect for any commercial use, is that right?
Right.
All right. So, we covered the tragedy that happened a couple years ago. Right now, the site is just basically a slab of macadam, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. The parking, Rob testified to, across the street, across Orchard, that was always used historically associated with Levittown Lane's operation, is that right?
Yes, the rear, the side to the right on Orchard, and then 20 to 25 spaces in the back of the bowling alley.
All right. Part of this presentation, Mr. Episcopo, is discussing why we're developing this as opposed to redeveloping a bowling alley here, for example. Can you just explain why that is not possible as part of this application?
Well, as people may be aware, big corporations are taking over a lot of the businesses, special recreation businesses, and the company we have to do business with in terms of purchasing bowling equipment, bowling lanes, scoring systems, is Bolero. They own all the equipment. They own 70% of the bowling alleys throughout the country, I believe. I'd have to be purchasing equipment from my competitors and then trying to compete with them fiscally to make a living at something that's not a growing sport. 70s and 80s, bowling was strong. People were out commiserating. They met at things. There was clubs they went out and bowled, and you had leagues. Leagues have been depleting for the last 30 or 40 years. I mean, our bowling alley closed down. All of our league bowlers that continued to bowl filled up the other, or went to the other bowling centers, and they're still not filled up. So from a financial standpoint, I've lost all my league bowlers. All the bowlers have found their other place to go, and there's not a clamoring for people to go join bowling leagues. It's just not something that people do anymore, especially post-COVID, with people getting close together and meeting all the time. We took a hit during COVID, and it's just a hard thing to resurrect when the business side of the bowling isn't a strong one for the mom and pop. It's strong for the big corporate concerns, and that's who own most of the centers now. If you look throughout the country, they'll go to a town and buy 4 centers. If they have to shut one down to make 3 viable, that's what they do. We were a small center. We're a family-owned business. This is still going to be a family-owned business if I have your grace and your approval this evening. That's what it's going to be. It's not some big conglomerate coming in and ramming 400 spaces in to maximize profit. I just want to make a living for our family like my father and my mother did for my sister and I. I'm not trying to do harm to anyone. It's just not feasible for us to build a bowling alley back.
You're trying to make reasonable use of your property while bringing it more into conformance with the surrounding residential area. Is that a fair statement?
That would be fair.
All right. I want to cover one unique component of this briefly. Any application that has parking as what could be considered a principal use on a standalone parcel always generates concerns that somebody is going to try to sell that parcel or those parcels to a third party, and that person is going to come in and try to use that as a parking lot as a principal use. And we're very clear as part of this application that that is specifically tethered to this apartment complex as an accessory use, and that you would be willing to deed restrict that in perpetuity, which would prevent concerns about a future sale of the parcels across Orchard Drive to some third party. Is that true?
That's true.
All right. You would, as you just stated, would maintain ownership of the apartment complex. Your family would. This is not a situation that you're attempting to offload this to, a big corporation in terms of profit generation.
No, this is an effort for my wife and I to leave a legacy in behalf of my parents, which have done so many great things for me, for my children, to have something that they can drive by and say, that was Nanny and Pop-Pop's. And my parents are in their mid-80s. I'm hoping this can get approved and completed while they still can appreciate it. And I hope you see things the way we do. We're just trying to beautify this land. It was a 70-year-old building. I wish it was still up. I wish I was spinning pizzas and bringing pizzas to you folks. But this is what we decided to do, and I wanted to leave a lasting legacy of my father, how hard he worked, and having something there rather than just sell it for a profit and have ABC company come in and put a fast food chain in there. I plan on having it and owning it and passing it to my children. So it's not a money grab for me. It's a legacy for my father.
In your family, you and your family, your father, have communicated at various times with at least some of the members of the surrounding community. And I'm assuming based upon those efforts, even people who are here with concerns or in opposition, if we get approved going forward, you and your family will continue to have an open door policy to communicate with these people who were your neighbors forever, to take their concerns into account, to do things like, buffering and planning and landscaping and meet with them. And that's something that you can make as a commitment to the board this evening, that you're going to continue to be willing to do that. Is that a fair statement as well?
Absolutely. My father's been friendly with everyone for 60 years. He went to every house on Orchard Drive. Now, we did not go to Amelia. He went to every house on Orchard Drive, handed them our rendering, explained what we were doing, that we were not trying to jam in, 1,000 units just to make money. And he seemed to get a good response in doing that. That was about 9 months ago, I believe, 9 or 10 months ago. And I know there is some opposition. I welcome discussion. You know, I want everyone to love this building. I want people to be able to use the sidewalks, use the benches, and just look at the beauty of it rather than a 70-year-old building that was dated and wishing it was still up, but it was a dated building, and this is a beautiful building.
And I should state for the record that you're referencing Mr. Piotrowski's rendering, and that is the level of investment that you're looking to deliver here, to spend a considerable sum of money to build this sort of product in terms of housing here.
Yes.
Okay. And I know the answer to this, but is there any reason why you believe that this would be detrimental to the community or the neighbors?
I can't see a negative to this at all. I just can't.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Piscopo. I have nothing further, Mr. Piscopo, and I would just like to have his father, Al Piscopo, just come up briefly to make a statement, and then we welcome comments. Thank you. Mr. Piscopo, can you please you were sworn in, but just state your name for the record, and then I don't have anything particular to ask you. I just thought, given your involvement here, it would be appropriate for you to explain to the board who you are and what this property means to you and your family.
Yes, I'm Alan Episcopo. I've been involved with the property since 1962. This means a whole lot to our family. Our family has worked here for a number of years. We have a lot of grandkids. And as long as I've worked here, I tried to do the best I could for the community. I have a lot of friends in the community. I didn't believe I had very many people that would be called enemies. I get along with most people. We plan on improving the property, make a beautiful building. The parking area will have a lot of greenery, grass. It'll be a lot nicer looking parking lot. The building with people with 24 units will be an asset to the community, to the stores across the street and the restaurants. But the whole thing for us is keeping our family going. I've worked several years at this. Since '62, every day I worked. And I plan on keep on going as long as I can. It's just something for our family. I have 10 grandkids, and we look to do the best we can for them. And we don't look to hurt anybody in the community. Everybody has the right to their opinion, and I I do appreciate anybody that wants to make a comment, but I don't see where we're looking to hurt anybody. I just think it would be beneficial to the community to have this apartment building. And I think it would be more of an asset than anything else. So I don't think I'll take up any more of your time. I just thank the board for staying this late. Thank you.
Thank you. I have nothing further at this time. If the board would like to certainly inquire as to either Mike or Al, I'm sure they'd be happy to answer any questions you have. Alternatively, I'm certainly happy to open it up to the public, whatever the board's pleasure is.
Thank you. Is there any board comment? Any questions from the board?
Mike, just to clear it up, looking from an aerial. So in order, it would go from JoJo's Ice Cream to two-story apartment buildings, and then a neighbor where you have an agreement to share the parking lot, correct?
An agreement for them to access, correct?
Okay. That's all I got.
Excuse me, sorry. It's JoJo's, there's 2 apartment buildings, then there's another residential property, and then it's the agreement, the property with the agreement. Just wanted to clarify that, thank you.
Anybody else on the board? Okay, I'm going to open it up to the public, and considering how late it is, we're going to try to keep this to a minimum. So if people are going to repeat themselves over and over again, I'm going to stop you. I'm going to try to get to everybody as much as I can. So we're going to give it a shot, okay? The woman in the front.
Good evening, Jeanette, Jeanette, Michalowski, Michalowski. Good evening to the board. I did just want to also address my condolences for the
Can
emotional
we have
stress.
your address? I'm sorry.
Oh,
Need your address.
I'm sorry, 142 Orchard Drive.
Thank you.
Also want to extend my acknowledgement of the emotional stress of the family of this property. I have lived on Orchard Drive, for 20 years now. I chose to move to this location to raise my family with my 3 children. This street is a quiet, dead-end street with 8 residential houses at the end, and it's a dead end, so there is no thoroughfare. It was zoned business for a reason. And everyone who lived around there knew about that business. My main concerns with objecting to the building of temporary housing at the beginning of this street, of course, is going to be safety, increased traffic, decrease of property value, additional students in already overcrowded school district. And I did want to make a couple of points and a couple of questions. An acre and a half, to me, is inadequate to house 24 families, 24 apartments. If there's enough parking for 50 cars, and if they have a party and they're inviting families over to celebrate with them, where are they going to park? They're going to be coming down our streets that a lot of kids are riding their skateboards with their scooters and things. We have no sidewalks on this street. The increased traffic, with that, there was a start and a stop to the hours of operation of the bowling alley. And in my 20 years that I've lived on that street, I disagree highly with the amount of traffic coming in and out. I walked daily to get pizza, which I enjoyed, to get ice cream at JoJo with my children up and down the street, and I never had a concern with that many cars. And like I said, as far as noise, I live on that street. I never had any disturbances. There was a tavern at the beginning of this place of business, not a bar. So you would get a couple of people who may have frequented it after bowling, but it was not a bar where this parking lot in my 20 years was ever full. Currently, there is no 3-story buildings that close to New Falls Road. 25 feet from New Falls Road is a scary thing. That road is backed up miles and miles with rush hour every day and with school traffic every day. And I hate to think about entering and exiting my street to try to get out of there. My question with that would also be, is there going to be a permanent turn-in lane that's going to be built on New Falls Road to accommodate this? Is there going to be a traffic light? This is now 24 units with 50 cars in and out all day long, as opposed to planning a trip to a bowling alley to celebrate a birthday party or to go on my bowling league. The influx and the amount of traffic at any given time throughout the day with this many people, with a 3-story building, talking about privacy, 3 stories, you're going to be able to see into people's houses that live right here. As far as when guests come over and they're trying to find parking, where are they driving? They're driving down the single lane road to the houses of the residents that live on Orchard Lane. Where are they turning around? Are they turning around in our driveways where our kids are playing, damaging our driveways? That is my main points that I wanted to share. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
One more, and I do apologize, also with safety, being that close to New Falls Road. In the picture, 25 feet from New Falls Road, like I said earlier, is a scary thing. We're gonna have benches, kids playing around, sitting here. May I also remind everyone, unfortunately, a few years ago, there was actually a pedestrian that was killed in front of JoJo's Ice Cream. And now we're gonna have groups of children that are gonna be 25 feet from New Falls Road. Thank you.
Is it my turn?
You can come up now, sir.
Been here a long time. Hello, my name is Michael Mullen. It's Michael, Mullen. Good evening.
Where do you live? What is your address, sir?
120 Amelia Drive, Levittown, Pennsylvania.
Thank you.
As I said, my name is Michael Mullen, and along with my wife, Jerry, we have lived at 120 Amelia Drive in Falls Township for the past 34 years. Not quite 62, Al, but we're getting close to you. I recall vividly the morning of March 30th, 2022, as I am sure many of us here do. The fire that destroyed Levittown Lanes was an enormous loss to the community, as well as to many of the residents who live close by. I lost my fence, my shed, I lost stuff as well.
Sir, can you just slow down a little bit?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ms. Browndorf's got typed down everything that you're saying.
I apologize. I guess I've been waiting too long to speak, sorry. Our house literally stood less than 75 feet from the bowling alley itself. That's how close we were to that fire. We realized the loss incurred by Al and Mary Esposito, was significant, and our hearts go out to them. As I just mentioned, we were neighbors for 34 years, and our relationship was very good. The bowling alley attracted many residents, and there was never any difficulty because of the activities there. The hours were predictable with no activity really after midnight. I know they were open till 2, but everybody was gone by then, except for moonlight bowling on the weekend. Now, as mentioned before, they said that the activity of people coming and going is going to be less with these apartments, or more with, but it's actually going to be more. All of the activity previously was to the front at New Falls. That's where the parking was for the bar, the pizza place. Most of the people parked to the right side for the bowling. We got very few cars back. Oh, by the way, my house is the pool. You can see to the left of the parking lot. The only one with a pool. That's me, that's us. So let me go on. As I just mentioned, we were neighbors for 34 years and our relationship was very good. The bowling alley attracted many people and only moonlight bowling was an issue sometimes, not much. After the fire and resultant cleanup, we assumed, obviously incorrectly, that the bowling alley would be rebuilt. This was also the opinion of many of our neighbors. Later, we discovered this would not happen. We heard through the grapevine due to insurance issues, rebuilding would not be possible. We then assumed another business would be built there, such as a restaurant or store, or some kind, since the property is currently zoned for commercial use. Well, you know what they say about assumptions, so here we are. The notice to the property owners regarding this proposal under consideration was written on February 27th, and I received it February 29th. We were given exactly 12 days by the township to provide our comments, which is not much time. Obviously, the project was well known far in advance of these dates, as a rendition of it was posted in Kasdan's Tavern quite some time ago. So they should, township should either provide more time, or maybe I need to go to Kasdan's more. We are not opposed to commercial development of the property, such as another bowling alley or store, but we feel the scope of this proposal is too large for the size of the lot it will be located on. They keep saying 1.5 acres, but there's a road that runs through it, so it's not 1.5 acres. It's a third of, less than it's like a 1/2 acre on this side, less than 1 acre where the building's going to be. So if you look at it from that perspective, 23 units exceeds the code. It should be 20 per acre for units. I realize that's part of the request for the zoning. So let's see. 1/3 of the area is on the other side of the road. 75, all right, the 8 one-bedroom and 16 two-bedroom apartments will house between approximately 75 and 100 residents with possibly 50-plus automobiles. As I mentioned before, I've been there 34 years. I've never seen more than 30 cars in that parking lot. They on the one hand, the presentation said, oh, they had 115 bowlers, and then a minute later they said bowling is dead. So I'm trying to figure out how that works. Anyway, so our concerns are privacy for surrounding residents. Now remember, bowling alleys don't have windows. So I never had anybody look from that bowling alley on my property. We were very secluded back there, and we enjoyed that privacy. So concerns are privacy for us. Unsupervised children leading to vandalism in the apartments is another issue. Increased noise, and of course, we feel it's going to degrade our property value. On a personal note, our property at 120 will be less than 75 feet from my house to this 48-foot building. That's how close I'm going to be, believe it or not. So our privacy will be non-existent. So the view from a 3-story building is going to be real good. I'm sure our daily activities will be entertaining to some. Also, the location of the proposed trash facilities, if you look there, you see my pool. You see the little black lines on that? That's the trash. That's 25 feet from my pool, 10 feet from my fence. That's how close. The refuse of 24 units is going to be close to my property. They used to have the dumpsters to the front of the, right on the other side of the road at the front of that property. That's where they used to be when it was a bowling alley. Let's see. So I think that's about it. So as such, obviously we are opposed to the request of variances. Section 209-38.1E3, which is the buffer, which should be 25 feet. They want to reduce it by half. They want to go to 12 feet from the property line. Now, I do understand the bowling alley was right on the property line, but there were no windows. There was nobody looking at us, right? So, I mean, that's a huge thing. So we are opposed to that, and we're also opposed to the 3-story building, 48 feet, which is double the allowed 25 feet. So we feel that's kind of beyond the pale to make it that much bigger. So I have a petition in my possession with the signatures of all the residential property owners on Amelia Drive and Orchard Lane. Everybody has signed it that is opposed to this. There's also a change.org online position where we've acquired 386 additional signatures from residents. So we ask the board to stand with these residents in opposition to this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
And let me give you this petition, this signed copy, please.
Keith?
Sure. Yeah. I'll mark it. I'm trying to figure out where I left off.
I did send some, but this is the actual signed petition.
All right.
Okay?
Thank you. I just gotta figure out where I left off.
Is there anybody else in the public who would like to speak that's other than saying what was said already?
And just for the record,
Hold on one second.
I'll mark this as Mullen 1.
Sure.
All right. Actually, you know what? I'm sorry. We'll make it since he's not a party, I'll make it, I think it's 8, Board Exhibit 8.
Okay. The blonde in the back? That would be you, miss, yep. Nope, you.
Do you want to take a look at this?
Hi, I'm Jerry Mullen, Jarriemullen. I would just like to start off to say, we have nothing against Mary and Al. We had a great relationship with them. We feel bad for everything that happened to them. We want the family to pursue something. We just don't want it to be a 3-story apartment building. You know, where I sit, as my husband said, we're the pool. Everybody's going to be looking over our property. We're retired. We love our property. We love our community. We love our street. It's quiet. It's not going to be quiet anymore. We're outside people. So people are going to be looking at my property all over the place, and you do not want to see this in a bathing suit. You know, I'm just worried about the safety of it all. You know, I have 5 children. They all grew up here. They all went to the bowling alley. They all went to the pizza shop. We gave them business. We love them. We just don't want apartment buildings here. If it's a building, we would support anything they do for a commercial building. But apartment complexes should not be right there. It should be a commercial building. That's what it's zoned for. It shouldn't be more than 25 feet high. You know, that's what they're zoned for, the buffer. You know, the buildings look wonderful. We were never proposed for this. That's my property right behind there. It's going to affect us. I know he didn't go anywhere, by Amelia Drive, but we're right there. It does affect us. It does affect our personal life. This is upsetting for me because I know them. I know their granddaughter. I know the family. They're wonderful people, and it's so sad to hear that this happened to them. But we want them to prosper in a commercial way, not in a residential way. And I hope that you see it also. It just doesn't affect them, it affects all of us that live there. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to say something that hasn't already been said?
Amy Ransley. I live at 290 Yardley Avenue. I was born and raised on Amelia Drive and Orchard Drive. And I just wanted to state that, to keep in mind that the acreage is 3 separate parcels, and the parcel that they're building on is, I don't know the size of it, but it's not the required size. And I also had concern about extra cars. I own the shopping center across the street, and if people are going to have parties, are they going to be parking over in Leaper Shopping Center? That's a concern of ours, people crossing New Falls Road and using our parking lot. Pretty much everything else was said, but we pretty much, obviously all the neighbors agree with everything that's been said.
Thank you. We have somebody on Zoom. Do we still have that person who's waiting to talk?
Oh, all right.
Oh, next agenda. Oh, okay.
I do believe that someone wanted to take party status. Is that?
Sure. Somebody like to have party status? All right. So I'll need you to sign something, just so I can explain to everybody what party status is. Essentially, you become a party to this matter. I hate to use the same word, but you're allowed to present your own witnesses. You're allowed to cross-examine any witnesses, present any additional experts if you so choose. However, the most important thing that comes out of party status is whatever the decision of this board is, you can appeal that decision. Whether they grant it, whether they deny it, whether they partially grant it or partially deny it, you have the right to appeal.
Okay,
So that's the benefit of having party status. I just need you to sign, write your name, address, and sign something for me.
Sure.
And then you then will become an official party to this.
Okay.
You don't say anything else in response unless you want to, other than just acknowledging you want party status. I believe you said you live on the same road as this.
Yes.
So with that,
No objection.
that makes it a lot easier. So Mr. McGinnis does not object to it. The board then will grant you party status, and then I'll have you sign this.
Okay, thank you.
If there's no more public comment, is there anybody on the board who has any more comment before we go to a motion?
I have comment.
Yes, you may. Yes, you may. You can.
I do have a comment, because I just heard a lot of stuff that doesn't reflect what was presented. Like, I read that there are 70 spots, not 50.
There's 70.
There's 70 spots for 24 units? Okay.
We have 70 spaces for 16 two-bedroom and 8 one-bedroom. We are functionally, I know what the code says, we are way overparked here. Concerns about there's going to be, I mean, think about the reality of 8 one-bedroom and 16 two-bedroom. An idea that we're not going to have adequate parking with that layout is, it's just incorrect. We meet the code requirement for parking. We meet the code requirement for density. It's an incorrect statement, factually incorrect, to try to bifurcate this and say that we don't have the correct acreage for this development. It's just not true. Most development on one parcel has the parking as part of one parcel. We have some of the parking across the street. It doesn't mean it's not associated with the use. So we meet the density in terms of the code. We're not asking for relief to cram in more than we would otherwise be permitted. We meet the code with respect to parking. And if, and I know there were some different concerns, but if the principal concern, not the exclusive, but the principal concern relates to traffic and safety and pedestrians, it's not supposition. It is proven, not just in Falls, not just in this state, but everywhere. This use has a demonstrably smaller impact from a trip generation traffic standpoint. I'm not just saying that. The trip generation memo says it. Every development illustrates this with definiteness. 24 apartments of this composition will 100% generate fewer trips to this site and will have fewer pedestrians on this site, less noise at this location than this project.
Have the neighbors seen the generation analysis? Because maybe that would be something helpful. We have it, but I don't know if they've been able to see.
No.
If that would make it, or if that would make a difference.
We'd be happy to make that available. It was produced yesterday and distributed this evening.
And another question, where is the dumpster? Can you show me the location of the dumpsters?
Sure. So the dumpster is, you see like a little black outline to the left there. We have, I'm going to go out on a limb and speak for my client here without consulting with them. I don't think we care where the dumpster is. There has to be a dumpster associated with the operation. If during the development process, it's better to locate the dumpster closer to Orchard, we'd be happy to do that. A gentleman testified that that's where it used to be. We're not married to the location of the dumpster. Obviously, just like a commercial operation, there's going to be a dumpster on site. We're trying to do it in a respectful position for layout. If it has to be shifted as part of the development, we'd be happy to accommodate that during the process.
And I think I have one more question. I don't know that it's for you. It might be for you and the person that made the comment. Where do the unsupervised children fit in? Is this?
I think there was an assumption that because this is an apartment complex, there's going to be unsupervised children, which I obviously do not agree with.
Okay, I just wanted to understand that further. No more questions for me.
Let me just add, and I think it's been said 3, 4, maybe 5 times tonight, that the traffic concerns, the left turns, the right turns, the U-turns, all the various turns in and out of this complex and in and out of this street is something that PennDOT is going to look at real seriously and figure out, do they need an extra turn lane, an extra left lane, an extra what lane? Okay, so that is a really valid concern. I love that concern. PennDOT's going to deal with that.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Somebody would like to make a motion?
I will make a motion. I'm good.
Go ahead.
I move that the application of Al and Mary Episcopo requesting the following variances from the following sections of the Falls Township zoning ordinance be granted. That was the 6 variances, Section 20920B and 20922B, Section 20922D, Section 20938(1)(E)(3, Section 20922E, Section 20942E, Section 20942F1, at the property located at 8815 New Falls Road, Levittown, PA 19054, as depicted on the plans in accordance with the testimony presented to the zoning hearing board, and condition that there's an agreeable location for the dumpster.
And I'm going to second with an additional amendment that the deed restriction mentioned. Is, yep.
So, since there was an amendment to your motion, do you accept that and you still make that motion?
I accept and make the motion.
Okay. You can pull the board now.
Great, I'll pull the board. Bill, you still there?
Yes, I am.
Great.
And the answer is yes.
Yes. Nastasha?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Lainey?
I'm a no.
Oh my God.
Just putting the mic back. OT today?
I'm super nice too.
Okay, we're down to the last one. Sorry.
My husband's gonna think that. Left here or to a bar. That's what he's gonna think. We should.
Okay, Mr. McGinnis, we're down to the last one. That's okay. Petition number 10, Lower Bucks Home Builders, LLC, Fallsington, Tullytown Road, Levittown, Pennsylvania, 19054, TMP number 13-042-342 through 13-042-351, zoned NC. Would you like me to start over again? Requesting the following variances for the construction of 3 contracted garages ranging from 4,725 square feet to 5,250 square feet in conjunction with the consolidation of the numerous lots. Section 209-22.b to allow contractor garage as a principal use. Section 209-22.e to allow minimum front yards of 20 feet along Fallsington Tullytown Road and 11 feet from Bristol Pike, to allow a maximum building coverage of 41.2%. Section 209-22.f, parentheses 2, to allow drive aisles within 20 feet adjacent to the street lines and without curbing. Section 209-38.1, parentheses e, parentheses 2, to remove requirements for 25-foot buffer yards along Fallsington Tullytown Road and Bristol Pike. And Section 209-42.b, parentheses 1, to remove the requirements for a 10-foot wide landscaping strip between off-street parking areas and a lot line or street line, curbing and a designated space/area for loading and unloading. Mr. McGinnis.
How are you today? It's a new day, actually. So, thank you, honestly, for staying to get this done. We really appreciate that, sincerely. So, Mike McGinnis, on behalf of the applicant, Lower Bucks Home Builders, LLC, and I handed Mr. Bidley Meyer the certificate of service.
Yes, you hand that up. You're going to summarize, I would assume, and then I can just sift through these, or were you going to present witnesses? I'm sorry, you did whatever you need to do. I didn't know if you were going to summarize or you were going to present people.
I will be as brief as you will all let me tonight, if you'd like.
Yeah, I didn't know if you're going to swear witnesses first, or am I going to mark?
I mean, I can have Mr. Clace and Mr. McCafferty sworn in just so they can affirm my summary, and that's it.
State your full name and spell it, please.
Jamie McCafferty, McCafferty.
Eric Clace, last name spelled C-L-A-S as in Sam E.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
I do.
Madam Chair, we'll mark the application for zoning ordinance appeal ZHB along with the accompanying statement. 2 will be a letter to Mr. McGinnis from Falls Township dated March 25th. 3 will be proof that the property was posted as required. 4 will be a set of plans submitted by the applicant. 5 will be proof of publication in the Bucks County Courier-Times. A1 will be a certification of service submitted by Mr. McGinnis that the adjoining or property owners received notice by way of the form letter that he attached. I'm satisfied the appropriate notice have been satisfied, and this matter can proceed.
Thank you. Good evening. Mike McGinnis on behalf of the applicant, Lower Bucks Home Builders, LLC. I will truly try to be brief with this presentation. So my client's the equitable owner of what we call 10 movie lots in the township. They are incredibly abnormally shaped. They're basically 500 by 100 square foot lots, and there's a series of them. The property owner owns 10 contiguous lots that total approximately 1.16 acres in the aggregate. They're located off of Fallsington-Tullytown Road, and they back on Route 13. This property functionally is the border of the township and Tullytown Borough, and it's zoned NC. I think you can see on the site plan that these properties are facially unique and fairly limiting in terms of what can be reasonably developed. So my client, Mr. McCafferty, got under contract, and we had conversations about what could be developed on this property that was a productive use in the township and what was feasible. Obviously, commercial development, typical commercial development, is not created on a elongated 100-foot deep lot that's restricted by an ultimate right-of-way, backs onto Route 13. You're not allowed or able to really have an adequate parking field. Circulation is truncated, so it restricts what you would ordinarily propose to develop. What I wanted to make clear, and what Mr. McCafferty will affirm, is this is not going to be used for any exterior storage of material or anything like that. What the idea is to have 3 contractor garages, as you can see on the plan, which Mr. Clace has prepared. They range from 4,700 square feet to 5,200 square feet. And the idea is for someone like a local plumber, right, that wants to come and have a place to store some of his equipment that's probably going to come to the property once a day, maybe a couple times a week. He's going to pick up his product in his box truck or his van. He's going to load it. He's going to go to the site that he's going to go and service, and then he's going to go home for the day, maybe drop some stuff off on the way back, and then go back out the next day. We're trying to figure out what reasonable use could make beneficial use of this property, and it seemed like there would be demand. There's a lot of commercial industrial businesses in the township. This has absolutely no impact in terms of traffic or anything else, but it is an amenity to some small businesses where we're very convinced that there's a demand for this. There's not going to be an office component. There's not going to be, water and sewer, and it's just a contractor garage for local contractors to frequent on occasion as needed for like small home projects. That's the scope of the application. We need a series of variances to facilitate this. Again, I think it's obvious looking at the site, and we can go through them. Mr. Clace can answer any questions associated with those variances, but anything that's developed in this zoning district on this property is going to need a series of dimensional variances. So I don't want to summarize those at the outset, but we can get into those in detail if it's desired from the board. What I'd like to do is just briefly have Mr. McCafferty testify as to who he is and what he wants to do on the property, and answer any questions that the board would have. I'll switch with you if you want. Okay. All right. Good evening, Jamie.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good morning. What is your role with Lower Bucks Home Builders, LLC?
Owner.
Okay. And you are a builder by trade, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And just very briefly, can you summarize sorts of things that you develop in Bucks County?
We generally build single-family residential homes in primarily Lower Bucks County.
All right.
That's the name.
And you are the equitable owner of these 10 parcels, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And they're presently vacant, is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And you are looking to consolidate the parcels and then construct what?
3 contractor storage garages, essentially 4,700 square feet to 5,200 square feet, metal construction building, roughly a 16-foot high interior ceiling with a 12 or 14-foot door to allow box trucks, cargo vans, things of that nature to pull in, unload and load water heaters, whatever materials that contractor may need to do their job for the day.
All right. I made the reference to the board and representation that we're not looking to have anything in terms of, restrooms, office components. This is a limited use local business amenity. Is that a fair summary and characterization?
Yes, it is.
All right. And it would be constructed and basically from an access standpoint, be a one-way loop. You turn in right. You would access your garage as the local contractor, you'd pick up your material, and then you'd exit back out. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In terms of the scope and the size of the vehicles, we're talking predominantly things like box trucks and vans, things of that nature. Is that right?
That's what I would expect, yes.
All right. I made the representation again to the board that there's going to be no exterior storage of material. You're not going to be leasing space and then have products stored outside of the structures. Is that a correct statement as well?
Yes, it is.
All right. And then through the development process, there'd be things like stormwater management and other items that would be reviewed by Joe Jones' office as we go before the board for further consideration. Is that correct?
Of course.
All right. I have nothing further for Mr. McCaffrey. Happy to answer any questions that the board has. I do have, again, Mr. Clays here, who's prepared the plan before you for consideration. We can answer any engineering questions as well. I don't want to belabor it if the board does not want to hear from Mr. Clays. No offense, Eric.
I do have a question.
Sure.
The buildings, are they going to be cement on the bottom and then metal on the sides, or?
Yes, they will. That's correct.
So you're going to remove all the brush and stuff that is there now?
Yes, that's the plan. Yep.
Impervious surface there. Okay. Does anybody on the board have any comments?
So I probably missed it. What's there now in these 10 slots, 10 lots?
Brush, it's not much. It's just
It's overgrown.
exactly.
A combination of some trees and overgrown brush and shrubbery that's in various forms of poor condition that backs on.
No structures currently there. It's not.
Nothing's there.
It's not set up as a strip mall at the moment. That you're
No.
tear down. Yeah,
We looked at what to do with this, and this seemed like it made sense because there's so few uses that were feasible here, especially backing on Route 13, to come up with a no-impact traffic use that was beneficial to some of the local businesses.
I have a couple of questions. One is, what about the wetlands there when you get closer to Mill Creek? Isn't there like a creek that runs through there and it gets flooded back on that side a little bit? Or you're not down that far?
Yeah, there's no wetlands on the property at all. As they stated, there are some trees and some brush, but there are no wetlands.
So you're not down as far as the creek, which is across from the baseball field?
We are not.
Okay, all right, that's what it. My second one, what about, a contractor with a pickup truck and trailer? My concern is, will he have enough room to pull in there and spin around and back into his garage without coming back out on Town Road?
Yeah, the size of the vehicles that'll be accessing the site would have plenty of room to enter into the site and turn into the garage doors without going back out onto the roadway.
Yeah, that was my concern when they came in there with a trailer, that they want to be, coming out into the road and try to back into their building. That was my main concern.
Yeah, they would not be.
All right, thank you.
How many total contractor spaces are you looking for? Just 3 with the building? You're going to split the buildings up individually?
It's 3 structures. I Ideally, there would be 2 contractors in each of the structures.
Okay. Is there a dumpster location proposed for the site? Just for trash?
Well, at this time, it'll be internal.
Okay.
Is there any other board comment? I know we have somebody who's been holding on Zoom, supposedly, for this petition.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
Hi. Okay, great. Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Ted Carroll. I previously spoke for a previous petition. My last name is spelled Carroll. And I live at 160 Falsington Tullytown Road, and that's in the Creek Village apartment complex that is directly across the street from the subject property. I just wanted to discuss some concerns and some comments that I have before the board, and I will try to be as brief as possible. But so if you'd like, I can address them point by point, or I can just give my comments and concerns all in one go and then have a response.
All in one go is probably best.
Okay. So as I understand it, the applicant is seeking a use variance for this property, and according to the Falls Township Code Section 209-75, which concerns variance relief, points 4 and 6 generally deal with altering the essential character of the neighborhood and the detriment to the public welfare. And point 6 is that the variance will not be contrary to the public's health and safety and general welfare. So I would just like to voice my concerns and my questions, first regarding stormwater management. As you know, as I previously stated, I live directly across from the subject property at the at the Creek Village apartment complex. So my biggest concern here is, of course, the stormwater management. I'm afraid that this increase in impervious coverage will have drastic effects on the stormwater runoff that currently occupies the parking lot in which the apartment complex sits. Anytime that there's any kind of rain, it just fills up the parking lot, and you can see that in the entrance to the parking lot. In addition, and I believe that this was previously discussed by the board, there is the Mill Creek branch, which is a creek that runs through and it is adjacent to the subject property. So I am afraid that, and I have concern that the increase of impervious coverage and development on this site will decrease the quality of stormwater that flows into the Mill Creek branch. My next concern deals with emergency vehicle access. So as it was previously discussed, I believe that there would be like this current loop, and I'm just afraid that with the frontage on the road, it might limit access for emergency vehicles. I don't know if the board is aware, but there was previously an incident where a few months ago we had a power outage due to a tree falling down, and there was a lot of issues with emergency vehicles getting access to a transformer that was knocked out that was directly across from the subject property. My next comment deals with landscape and buffering on the site. So I don't know if the board is aware, but with the current conditions of the site, the current vegetation buffer or current vegetation on the subject property is the only buffer between the residential uses adjacent to the site and Route 13 or Bristol Pike. So I'd really like to know what measures will be taken to preserve the current buffer, because as from my experience, that's the only measures taken to abate any kind of noise between the residential uses and Route 13. And then my last point is basically the additional impervious coverage and development at the site. I'm afraid it might attract any additional vehicle traffic for people using the Mill Creek Sports Complex. For those who may or may not be aware, there is a little league baseball field that is across from the subject property. And even as I was leaving for the the board meeting tonight, there was a Little League game, and there were cars that were already lining on the side of the road. So my concern is that with this additional pavement, patrons of that site will be inclined to use that. And it might just create a lot more hazards for pedestrian traffic. As it is already, there aren't any sidewalks on the road, and yeah, those are my main concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll.
Okay, I could take them hopefully one by one. As for the dimensional variances, this has two front yards. You have Bristol Pike and you have Fallsington Tullytown Road. There's a front yard coming off both at 70 feet. There is no buildable envelope left. So automatically you start with variances and a hardship. As for the buffer that was questioned, the buffer will stay in place behind the buildings. I think it's still going to be about 40 feet wide of the trees and vegetation he was talking about. Not all of it's being removed.
Yeah, and you can see it on the plan, the depiction of the trees that are going to remain.
I can't see the plan.
There it is. The plan's on the screen now. Behind the buildings, between the buildings and Bristol Pike, there is a substantial amount of vegetation that will remain. As for stormwater management, we are required to handle, and we will capture all the new impervious in detention basins and hold, entertain, and release it slowly. But that is during land development, not a zoning issue. As for the traffic, you were worried about people parking on site. I am sure the landowner will make sure that anyone parked illegally will be towed. Was there anything I've missed so far?
I think that was it.
I think
That was pretty much it.
Yeah, the only question that I have is, can you say with any certainty that the proposed buffer will provide sufficient noise abatement to the residential uses?
Well, these are internal garages, so the only thing that would be occurring is interior to the building, and there's no work being performed here.
Well, what I'm saying is that in removing the current vegetation, I'm afraid that in removing that vegetation, it might create an increase in the noise that generates from Route 13 onto the residential uses that are located adjacent to the subject property.
You will have the vegetation I mentioned that's remaining, and you will also have 3 long buildings blocking that noise and rebounding it away from your residences.
Can you say with any sufficiency
Sir,
as to...
Excuse me, Mr. Carroll?
Mr.
Yes.
Carroll, they don't have to provide trees to block noise from the traffic. The concern is, what the board has to concern themselves with is, are they going to detrimentally affect the surrounding community by what they are proposing to do? So them cutting down trees would not have an effect on this application or this board's determination. You know, is that?
Well, it would create a detriment to the public welfare.
Yeah,
would it
but
not?
he's allowed to cut trees down on his property. If he wants to cut the trees down today without any buildings whatsoever, he can do that. Okay?
Okay.
Is there anybody else from the public who would like to speak? I know you were waiting a long time, miss, if you would like to.
Yes, I don't know all the professional terms. I'm just a neighbor who's
That's okay, but I need you to
concerned.
state your name.
My name
and
is
you to state your
Deborah
address.
Riccardi, Riccardi, first name Debra.
And your address?
46 New Pond Lane.
Thank you.
Okay. My concern is that is an extremely narrow street. I have a question as to, because I can't make out anything on that paper. Where exactly are these buildings across from Levittown Continental?
Okay. I don't know how I do this and reference the board, and
That's okay.
I'm going to try my best. Here are the 2 existing apartment buildings that the caller lives in. So they are directly across the street. That is the driveway into the parking lot for the 2 apartment buildings, if that gives you a frame of reference.
And this isn't an apartment building, this is Levittown Continental.
Ma'am.
Ma'am, you have to speak into the, have to speak into the microphone.
Where it's saying that there's an apartment building there, that's not, that's Levittown Continental. That's almost diagonally across
No, ma'am,
from
there
where
is,
these buildings
there
are.
is an apartment building there.
There's only the apartment buildings that man lives in that just spoke.
No, and then
And
there's,
then there's Levittown Continental.
3 buildings,
That-
isn't there?
Okay, well, what I'm saying is, like he's saying there's brush to be removed. There's not brush, there's trees that have been growing there for many, 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 many years. There's a lot of work that has to be pulled out and done, that street is very narrow. During the baseball field season, which is right now, which my grandson plays there, people are parked on that street. You could barely even see getting in and out of there, never mind what's going on across from there. Right next to this is a stream, which I don't understand how you're saying there's no wetlands or whatever that terminology is. There's a stream right there that runs from that side directly to the other side of the street. There's not enough space for trucks. Now, he's assuming, without knowing who he's going to be renting these to, what size vehicles they're going to have or anything. There's no room on that street to be backing cars or trucks, shall I say, in and out of that road. That little strip mall that's right there, that pretty much now is all closed up. When cars were parked there and had to pull out, there was numerous almost accidents because you're just pulling straight out onto a very narrow road. This is not going to work. I just can't see that this is going to be something that's going to be safe in any kind of way, shape, or form. And this is going to just create a lot of problems with that road and traffic.
Ma'am,
Thank you.
if I may, just to clear it up, where they're proposing their buildings, it's about 710 feet from the Levittown Continental entrance.
It's really not that far. It's not that
I
far.
could
Because
show
I
you.
stood
I'm
there.
measuring
By
from
where
an
their
area.
signs are, where the signs are posted there right now, I was just at that field not long ago, okay? And it is not that far away. You're talking about trucks pulling in and out of there, children walking in and out to that field, besides the cars that park from Levittown Continental on that road. There's barely any room to get through.
She's got to plug her machine in. Give me 1 second, ma'am.
Believe me, I don't want to be here either. I'm sorry. This is just a major concern. No, it doesn't have to, that didn't have to be recorded. Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
So the only thing that, just in case there's some confusion, the vehicles, which again will be box trucks and vans, aren't backing out onto the road. They would pull into the units. There's going to be a 16-foot or a 12-foot entrance. They pull into the units. They then unload. It's true. They unload their equipment, and then when they back out, the back out would be to the interior of the site. There is no backing out onto the road.
Well, just standing on that road, looking at that property is not wide enough to be able to build a building that big and have plenty of space from that building to the road for a box truck or any kind of truck to be able to turn around in that property. That's just like, this is a person living there, seeing it, observing it. That's what I'm saying. And like I said, you don't even know what you're going to rent these places out to, what kind of vehicles they're going to be. They could be bigger trucks that you're even expecting. This is going to create a lot of problems on a very narrow road. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Please keep it brief. Thank you.
Tony Batiste, 218 Gloucester Road, Fairless Hills. About the kids playing ball right across the street, and I think it's closer than you're thinking it is. But all those cars, they park like almost up to the stop sign, all the way down, because there is not enough room in Levittown Continental Ball Fields for the cars. It's full. The parking lots are full. You can't park anywhere in there, and that's why they're parking on the road. Now, I don't know if they're parking on your property or not, or if they're parking on the road. And if they're parking on the road, part of it, then it's going to be a problem for your trucks getting in and out. But it's also the kids getting in and out of those cars, crossing the road with trucks coming along to park in that area. That's a concern.
Thank you. Is there anybody who would like to make a motion?
I will make a motion to move that the application of Lower Bucks Home Builders LLC requesting the following variance from the following sections of the Falls Township zoning ordinance be granted to construct 3 contractor garages ranging from.
Sorry.
You want me to restart that?
You can say you make a motion to approve the variances.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the variances that were listed on the agenda, consistent with the testimony, and also conditioned of no outside storage of materials and overnight parking of trucks.
Second.
Aaron, would you like to please hold the board?
Bill,
Yes.
Nastasha,
Yes.
Bob,
Yes.
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 Thank you
Petition
very
has
much.
been approved.
Thank you. And thank you
Do I have
again,
a
Lloyd.
motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
To adjourn.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.